Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 NFL Draft, the live show here on YouTube and on Twitter for the seventh year in a row. Jake Shavink here with you guys. Hope you all are doing well. Nate Williamson will be along shortly. I expect him to be here for the first pick if there is some pageantry. If not, he'll definitely be here when the Houston Texans really supposedly kick things off and make this go absolutely insane. Obviously, everybody says it every year. Oh, this draft is the craziest draft that there will be. I think last year kind of lived up to the hype once we got to pick 10, and this one could start with Houston at pick 2. So glad you all are here. Very excited to get this thing underway and figure out, where everybody is going to go tonight. Hopefully we have enough graphics for everybody. I think there's probably one or two players that probably will go tonight that we won't have. That's my guess. It's just that kind of draft. I think everything from, let's say, picks 20 to 70 could be really anybody. I think you could see it in any order. I think a lot of teams have different players ranked extremely differently, and we're going to, I think, see that tonight. Obviously, draft boards are going to be different across the board, right? Prospects aren't going to fit everybody. And that's why you're going to see, I think, a lot of variance once we get to about pick 20, but we'll see. The quarterbacks are the biggest thing, right? We got to get those guys off the board. And then the real intrigue potentially starts for teams that already have those guys. I imagine a lot of you in here, Packers fans, potentially. We're going to be waiting at pick 13. I can't wait to find out who the heck the Packers are taking tonight. I do have a short list for you guys, though, and I expect that short list to have the pick on it, right? And I think so that short list, I'll go through it right now. For me, I think the first player, I think the one that makes the most sense, just depending on, the Packers value in terms of what they value positionally and what they have valued in the first round positionally for a long time. That's Myles Murphy, edge rusher, Clemson. I think he fits really everything they want to do. And I think when you look at the long-term viability of Preston Smith, probably not going to be around much longer. Enagbare is a pretty solid 3, but then you have Gary, coming off injury, and, extension is maybe up in the air. I imagine they'll still extend him, but, Green Bay stays proactive at edge rusher, and I kind of expect them to do that. I think Myles Murphy should be the favorite in the clubhouse for Green Bay at 13. Lucas Van Ness is another one that's potential there, nicknamed Hercules from Iowa, another edge rusher who really has to figure it out. And it's almost the perfect red shirt for Green Bay, like they kind of did with Gary a little bit. Van Ness, inside out versatility, rushing the passer, right? And he's still a big guy at 6'5", 272. So I expect him to be on the board there. I do think that Keon White is another one from Georgia Tech. He's like 6'4", 285, big dude. I think another guy who's alignment versatile, another strong run defender, good explosiveness, good power. And like I said, tremendous athlete. They like tremendous athletes. Broderick Jones, tackle Georgia. The other one, if the tackle run doesn't start too early, they might land one of them. And Broderick Jones is kind of same thing as Van Ness, right? You're going to get the guy who kind of redshirts at tackle, right? Because he's definitely going to, right? You have Bakhtiari, Nyman, Tom. But in 2024, you might just have Zach Tom. And while it's easy to be like, yeah, they can draft one in the 2024 NFL draft, what if they're good? What if the good tackles are off the board? Now they're, potentially in the 20s picking, and developmentally, they're going to have to trot a guy out there who just might not have it early on. And that would be very detrimental to success. They could stay proactive there as well. Obviously, I think everybody wants this. A lot of Packers fans want this. I want this because it's the perfect fit. Will it be time with Aaron Rodgers gone? Will the demons of the first-round receiver leave with him? Jackson Smith and Jigba, will he be that guy at 13? He should be, in my opinion. I really love the player and the fit in terms of how he contrasts stylistically with Christian Watson. That gets you excited, and it should get you excited. I think he's definitely somebody there. I think if they trade down, I think both Dalton Kincaid and Michael Mayer should be guys they consider. I would lean towards Kincaid because I do think you can get the bigger guy who can play inline and be the foil to Kincaid later in the draft. I put out a video yesterday morning on perfect Packers pairings at tight end. And I think if you go Kincaid and Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan, that is a phenomenal duo to have it at tight end. You get the inline guy immediately, and then you have your guy in Kincaid who can really just attack the middle of the field and just be a dominant playmaker for you. So I think those two are on the board as well. I don't know if I see too much else. We'll get to some questions now. I see people flowing in for the chat. Great to see y'all. Let's go Pack. Absolutely. If you're the Bears and CJ drops to them, do you take him? I personally don't take CJ Stroud there. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I still believe in Justin Fields, and that's probably not a popular take anymore. And I get why. And it's definitely not a popular take that comes from the mouth of a Packers fan. That's for sure. I still think Fields, if you look at the construction of what the Bears have right now, they have to build the offensive line. I would rather trust Fields, the scrambler, over a guy who's stationary in the pocket like Stroud with a bad offensive line. If the offensive line was good, obviously I'd still take Fields because I think he was a better prospect. And I still think he can elevate a team like Chicago if everything is right in terms of the offensive line. So I wouldn't personally. I would still, there's talk about Tyree Wilson falling to them. I think that would be pretty solid. I still think they should go Skoronski or Paris Johnson if they're there. I agree. Let's get some predictions in. I want comments. Who are the Packers picking at 13? Michael asks, are they staying put or trading? Obviously, it's going to depend a lot on who's on their board and who's available at 13. I have heard now there's a rumbling of Baltimore wanting to move up from 22 to 13 with Green Bay. So we'll see. We'll see on that. Obviously, Carolina is on the clock, and I am really excited to see what happens once Carolina picks. Off we go. I don't have the stream up, or any of the TV coverage, so it's just me. We're gonna do here though, for those who are hanging around for the evening, we are going to tip them. We're tipping the picks as soon as we got them. We're going to them. Analysis, fast and furious, and in depth as well. I want to make sure that we're covering fits. We're covering every inch of what these prospects can and can't do. We want to talk about it. If a team made a bad pick, we're probably gonna let you know it was bad, right? And so I can't wait. We're going to have a lot of fun. I know it's going to take a little bit of time here for the NFL to kind of get things rolling. They kind of like to do some pageantry at the beginning. It might take 10 to 15 minutes before the pick is in for Carolina. They ask them to wait. For those who are wondering, that's exactly what happens with the team at the first pick. They're ready to make it, but the NFL asks them to wait. So, and it is breaking, and I am seeing it, at least from some Bama guys I trust in the space. It sounds like the first pick is going to be Bryce Young. It is. Shams is reporting NFL draft stuff, the senior NBA insider for The Athletic and Stadium. That's different. So yeah, Green Bay trading back makes a lot of sense. If they get a team who comes up, like the Chargers, like the Ravens. Unfortunately, the Ravens are not a particularly good trade partner because they don't have a 2 that they could send you, which stinks. But they do have the Chargers would have a 2. The Giants, Jaguars, teams like that in the 20s who want to come up and get somebody. Or, if Buffalo or Kansas City comes calling, you drive that price up, ask for a 1. So it can confirm, I believe, that Bryce Young, like I said, as per Shams, which is very strange. Bleacher Report's already got it up. So let's talk about it. The Panthers are going to select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama. And I thought initially, and I'll be honest, I thought with Carolina moving up that far, giving up a wide receiver 1 and DJ Moore to Chicago, that, I thought it was going to be the big swing. I thought they were going to be swinging huge and going Anthony Richardson, or they were going to take the safe floor of CJ Stroud. That's kind of what I was leaning towards. But it is in fact Bryce Young. And folks, do not worry, we've got it for you here, and we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna go right to the board here. Very nice. Here we go. Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama, 5'10 and an eighth, 204 pounds. Now, he weighed in at 204 pounds. I don't think he's going to play at 204 pounds. And I think most people would agree with that. He's probably playing in the 188 to 194 range. The historical outlier in terms of size, right? He is the smallest in terms of what we believe the playing weight to be since Jim McMahon. And yeah, a wild comp there probably. I think there are some shades of Fran Tarkenton, some shades of Johnny Manziel with Bryce Young. But let's talk about Bryce Young other than the size here. He's got the accuracy and touch to all levels of the field, right? And you've seen him drop the ball in the bucket deep. Now, does he have overwhelming arm strength? Absolutely not. I don't think you're going to watch him and you look at him, you go, yeah, he could throw like a strawberry through a battleship, which is one of those weird scouting terms where you talk about guys with insane velocity. He doesn't really have that. Where he makes his due is by knowing where to go with the football, right? He's a phenomenal anticipatory thrower. You see arms, you see hands separate, you see ball separated from his left hand before receivers are breaking, before receivers are turning back to the ball is coming out. So he knows he's throwing with good anticipatory skills, and he's got such a command, right, of the offense. And in terms of setting protections, in terms of, changing the play at the line of scrimmage, identifying where the blitz is coming from, like he is in command at all times when he's playing. And he is an artist in terms of escapability. He's got the heightened creativity as a scrambler, right, where he can just find ways to get skinny, to dip, to find ways to get around rushers and find a way to escape when sometimes really, honestly, it doesn't look like he should escape, which is wild. It's very fun to watch. And when he's able to escape like that, he's able to find the outlet and pick up big yardage, whether it be with his legs even or via the pass, but he's usually pretty risk averse in terms of running. So that's a good news if he can hold up. He's probably going to try to, at all costs, avoid every hit he can, which is great news for him. And then I think the last thing is phenomenal poise. When the game is on the line, Bryce Young is as calm, as cool, as collected as anybody, and he can make the comeback happen. And he has that type of demeanor to him as a prospect. So can he hold up? That's going to be the interesting thing. I don't think anybody's going to be, surprised when Bryce Young comes out and dominates in year one. That's not the question mark. That it's okay. Year 3, year 4, have we taken a lot of hits? Are the injuries piling up? Is he missing time? That's where it's going to be like, this pick was maybe not the right call for Carolina, but I love it. He's my QB1. He plays the quarterback position better than anyone else in this class right now. So I love it. I love it for Carolina. Hopefully now they've got 39 and 93 tomorrow. Maybe get yourself a tight end at 39. Maybe get yourself a receiver that's got either some explosiveness or that you believe has some reliability as a pass catcher. I would love for Carolina to go, okay, you know what? Sam Laporta, you're the guy at 39. A.T. Perry, wide receiver, Wake Forest, you're the guy at 93. 2 great picks, I think, for Carolina that would instantly upgrade the pass catcher room because they got a lot of elder statesmen or really some rentals at receiver right now. So there you go, Carolina, Bryce Young, Alabama. I'm excited for him. He clearly is ready-made, and very exciting. Okay. Do we have anything on the Twitterverse in terms of the selection or anything like that at 2? Let's see. Michael, what do we got here? Is Yasha starting right tackle as of now if they don't take any O-line? Yeah, I would imagine so, unless they believe Tom plays right tackle next year, which he potentially could do, right? It's very, very back and forth whether or not tackles can move over to the right side or vice versa, right to left. Like Bakhtiari has talked about, like he could not do it. So is Tom different? Potentially. He could be. But right now, I think Nyman maybe is sliding in there to right tackle, or maybe not. Maybe they believe Tom can play right tackle, and they think Yash is the swing tackle. And that's a really nice number 3 to have. But there has been talk, right, about Goody saying that Zach Tom's best position is center. Will he challenge Josh Myers at all? Will the Packers go center later in this draft? We'll see. It's going to be an interesting time. I haven't seen anything. If Houston's moved it, if anybody wants to break any news here and throw up like, oh, I see the trade or anything like that, if we don't see it, let us know. Let us know. So yeah, obviously big news. There was big news in the NFL today as well, with the Ravens signing Lamar Jackson. So that kind of takes them out of anything crazy in terms of the in terms of any big trades with first round picks, right? You're not going to see that this go around, Lamar staying. And I think Beckham joining them would have been very strange if Beckham was like, oh yeah, guys, no problem. You can you can go get a rookie. Like that would be really strange if Odell Beckham had agreed to that. So yeah, there a lot of streams are talking about Bryce Young. We've already moved on. Houston's on the clock. Texans have a lot of needs, folks. It's very clear how many needs they have. It's basically everything. And like I know they have picked 12, right? I think that, if somebody like Christian Gonzalez, who has sometimes fallen in mocks to 12, less so in the last 24 hours. A lot of people think he's going to the Raiders at 7. But if they were to pair Gonzalez with Stingley, that'd be great. I would lean Anderson here just because I know Houston has to take Jalen Carter. If they don't believe that the off the field and the maturity in there is if they don't believe in that, if they think, maturity, we can't believe in it, and that they got to go Will Anderson. Unless, again, they should be taking a quarterback. This is not like, this is put up or shut up time for Nick Caserio. I don't think he can delay any longer is the problem. Now, could Houston come back up? Sure. Absolutely. But guess we'll see. Anderson or Stroud is the rumor right now. I don't know which. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know are the Texans on the clock for those who are watching the ESPN or NFL Network? Are they on the clock yet? Officially? That's all I'm wondering. So, okay, the draft actually begins. So most people are saying that their Texans are actually now on. So we should see a leak here within a few minutes. Like I said, I think Houston is in a really great spot. I know Packers fans maybe don't want to hear this, but I think it's possible that Houston could just, have messed with everyone's head a little bit and just said, yeah, we're going to take Stroud and we're also going to take Jackson Smith and Jigba at 12. And they believe in that. So I believe, folks, we've got somebody who has arrived. He has arrived.
Hey.
Nate Williamson is here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is year 7. How are we doing, Nate? How are we feeling?
Year 7 of this show and year at least 4, maybe 7 of me being late to it. I'm feeling good, though.
Is it 4 of 7? Is it 4 of 7?
Probably something like that.
It might be 3 of 7. I feel like 2020, I think we were pretty much on it. I think.
I feel like when we lived together, I was always on time.
Well, yeah, of course. That makes sense. That would have been a little more ridiculous.
Yeah, that would have been pretty awkward, huh?
Like running in like, oh, what happened? I got to get in front of this tiny phone we were using to stream the draft.
Oh my gosh, that overheated 24/7.
Yeah. Oh man.
Now my computer is worth twice the amount that phone was.
Yeah, that phone is the real one. That phone is the real hero.
I think that phone now, my computer's probably worth like 8 times what that phone is now, I guess, right?
It's probably true, actually. Nate, have you looked at some of the rumors the last 24 hours, especially around Houston, because we are really starting things up, I think, here.
I've seen so much shenaniganry.
Yeah.
I want to say it's an unprecedented level, but I feel like I say that every year. But every year it seems like there's more and more sources and more misleading information. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, and I feel like I just want to bring this up because these guys are great listens. But NFL Stock Exchange, Trevor Sikkema, Connor Rogers, they talked about it in their final mock. Is like Will Levis just a pawn in everyone's game?
Yeah.
Like is Will Levis like we're gonna take a quarterback here? Like take Will Levis. Yes, I want Will Levis. So you guys should move up for quarterbacks.
You know what would be really, really sad is if Will Levis just sits tonight for some reason.
I mean, there's
dropping.
Yeah, he could. It could be a while if it's not, especially if it's not Indianapolis at 4.
Yeah.
It could be a long night for him.
They've been pretty hot and heavy for him in the rumor mill, but I don't know as far as
is that also just a pawn?
I wouldn't be shocked if it's smoke as well.
Yeah, is it like, oh, we like Will Levis, so you guys can wait for your quarterbacks later. You don't have to move up for your guy you like. We're taking Will Levis. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about
Trust
it.
us.
We're
it's
good.
Fine.
Yeah.
This looks like a really cool venue that they've got.
Yeah,
for
Kansas City
this
would
year.
have been the sick one to go to. The
Kansas
fans are
City
out
is
in
an
a big
incredible
deal.
town.
Yes.
Even as a St. Louis stan, I will admit Kansas City's great.
They've got a lot.
If you had Kansas
liked
City and
barbecue.
St. Louis both with NFL teams, which I think after this XFL season has become a lot more realistic,
Yeah,
it's going to be an incredible rivalry for sure.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, we finally got an Alabama QB go one since the merger. Since the merger,
that's insane. To
go
think
name
about.
it. The last one.
The ratio to championships since the merger to first quarterbacks overall is kind of insane.
Okay. Okay. I believe I have it. Do you have it? Do you see it?
I don't think so, but
there's a lot of places. Okay. Yeah. No, I got it. Okay. Here it is.
I don't mind.
It is. So with the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. And, I mean, I think that tracks, right? It makes sense. The Texans pick is indeed in. We are confirming now it is C.J. Stroud, Ohio State. And they had to do it, right? You can't sit here and trot Davis Mills out, right? Unless you're going to go get Trey Lance, then there aren't many options. And it doesn't sound like there's a lot of interest in Trey Lance. So Casario's on the hot seat. Like Ryan's isn't, but when your GM's on the hot seat, kind of got to lean into it. And it sounds like the owner was the first guy in defense to go. I think Anderson is going to be the first guy in defense to go. Now, the question is it going to be at 5 because of the 4 quarterbacks going early?
Yeah.
We've got ourselves, folks, let me grab what we've got for Mr. C.J. Stroud, the next quarterback of the Houston Texans. Bonk. There we go. Okay. So C.J. Stroud, 6'3", 214 pounds. He's the precision guy. If you call Bryce Young the artist, I think you call C.J. Stroud the scientist. And just in terms of his precision, right? The placement plus throws, they're all over the place. There are windows that he is testing, and he is succeeding at making throws through that just probably shouldn't make sense. And of course, it's nice when you have Marvin Harrison Jr. to throw to. It's nice when you have Emeka Egbuka to throw to. But Stroud operates in the pocket at a high level, and it's slight adjustments, it's maneuverability, it's operating the quick game at a high level, right? He can do that, and I think everybody wants to talk about this for sure. It's can he repeat stuff from the Georgia game? Is that escapability, the throw on the run, the answers versus pressure that he's often missed, and really the pressure that he struggles with the most isn't stuff that's very like pre-snap, like, oh, I see this, right? He gets to his hot routes and he can make that happen when teams are showing 6 or 7. It's more of delayed pressure or, oh, my right guard got destroyed by Jalen Carter. Like, what happens when that happens? And if he can keep repeating that Georgia game stuff and have more answers against pressure, he is going to be just fine. And I think the one thing as well is he does kind of slow down. He needs to slow down his process. And it's a little more complicated than just those 3 words. It is, he works through reads so quickly and he makes decisions so quickly that sometimes he has made the decision and he has completely sometimes missed the fact that a linebacker has gotten into the underneath zone underneath where he's throwing. And there are some turnover worthy plays, right? Jack Campbell intercepted him once in the Iowa game. So he gets, sometimes a little ahead of himself in terms of, I've made through 3 reads. I want to get back to that first one. It's like, no, just have a little bit of patience. Right. And I think that's going to potentially be interesting, trying to see if that patience wavers at all against the Texans team that, when you look at the interior offensive line, it's not great. They should be looking at center. They should be looking at guard at pick 33 tomorrow. But Nate, you got stuff on Mr. Stroud, Mr. Coleridge Bernard Stroud IV, by the way, real name.
That it's Coleridge.
Coleridge Bernard Stroud IV.
I did not know that. That is something.
That's the name. Yes.
Did you just see? Are you watching the ABC broadcast?
I'm not watching any, actually.
You're not watching any. Okay.
This
So
is
they
the
just
second year in a
rolled.
row I haven't seen any of the broadcasts at
That's
all.
probably a wise thing, considering they just rolled Steph Curry film during
for
the
Bryce
coverage
Young?
of Bryce Young. So Steph Curry to the Texans is a lock for sure.
The comparison game is losing it.
It makes me kind of want to pull my hair out.
I agree.
Anywho, Stroud doesn't really make me want to pull my hair out, not as much as most Ohio State quarterbacks does. I really like the way his game translates. From what I know, which is admittedly less than most, it's interesting to watch him versus Bryce Young, for that QB1 spot. And I'm curious about that. But
yeah, it's going to be interesting. A lot of people have this take that Stroud is QB1, right? The size of Young scares a lot of people off, and that's fair. And I do think, yes, the cognitive tests leak was, I wonder if it was actually Indy. I wonder if Indy did that. Now, because Stroud goes second, I wonder if Indy did it. That's kind of wild. But yeah, the fact that they, the guy who did the test comes on McAfee show and he's like, yeah, 2 of those 4 numbers are not correct. We have added a new wrinkle to the nonsense that is draft season the last 3-4 weeks before the draft, where everything is basically done. And, there's nothing to talk about, right? Even though, we could talk about 6th and 7th round sleepers, but nobody wants to talk about that, right? Everybody wants to talk about the quarterbacks. So, yeah, I agree. I think Indy had something to do with it. I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen if this pick has been traded or not. I know there was a lot of talk about the Cardinals and Titans making a big-time trade that would also send Hopkins to Tennessee, which means that's got to be multiple firsts, multiple seconds, and Arizona getting back to it. But Arizona, we want to look at team needs. These are the team needs for the Arizona Cardinals, if anybody was curious.
Yeah,
it's literally everything. Their roster stinks. It's so bad. It's horrendous. It's going to lose DeAndre Hopkins. We know it. It's just a matter of time. He's going to get moved. I don't know to who. Maybe it is the Titans. Maybe it's the Bills. Maybe it's the Chiefs. Maybe it's the Jets. I don't know. There are a lot of teams out there that are floating it. So we'll see how it goes. But I imagine Arizona's going to move out of this selection if they haven't already. But I haven't seen anything yet. Nate, if you're Arizona really quick and you're bad again next year, which it's pretty much guaranteed at this point.
Yeah.
Do you stick with Kyler, or do you take that fella down at Thousand Oaks, California, Caleb Williams from USC?
I think you have to go to the unknown commodity in that case. I think you've seen what you get from Kyler. It hasn't worked. At least not majoritively. That roster is not good enough, in my opinion, to compete now. So you look at Caleb Williams, who could be, top tier NFL quarterback down the line, by all and any indication. And I think that kind of, if you're the Cardinals, you're on the line. So you got to try something. Otherwise, face mediocrity. Mediocrity that is worse than the potential top tier or anything above mediocrity that you don't know. So these things kind of tend to pay off. And even if it's, hey, we're going to go get him and we're going to sign a stand-in, a hold-up play for a year or two, that tends to work out as well. So it doesn't matter, does it? They just messed that entire thing up, right?
So the Texans are back on the clock.
Really?
Yes. And this is something that a lot of people thought was going to be the case. DJ had it in his mock last night. The Cardinals are trading number 3 to the Houston Texans. Imagine it's going to be for 12. Imagine maybe 33 is involved here as well. That would give if 33 is involved, that gives Arizona back-to-back picks right behind Pittsburgh to start day 2 of the draft, which is a great spot to be in for them. We'll see what the Cardinals are going to get back. We'll have those details as soon as we can. It's got to be Will Anderson, no? Got to be.
You would imagine so. That's all that I can think. However,
got to be.
I certainly fear for their offensive line still because, dear God. That's the trade-off that you get to get a top-tier player like Will Anderson, but also
for sure,
to give away that, I guess the word is flexibility with your picks is certainly jeopardizing But that's the risk you take. I guess that's what it's all about. So should be
I think it's
interesting.
hard because, like we talked about, Arizona is so bad that like even Will Anderson
Yeah.
is not going to. It's
No.
not going to help.
The trade back is very smart for them. For me, I'm always very pro amassing assets like that.
Yeah, I
But,
agree. Yep.
whew, I don't know.
It's I just don't know. Like Will Anderson obviously is a big deal to a defense and would like be the leader immediately, but like, okay, you have Will Anderson. If you're moving Buda Baker, you stink. I would much rather kind of maybe go the route of, okay, well, at 12, we could have Murphy and, we could have more picks that like land us a defensive tackle, right? We could grab a corner at 12 if we want to grab a corner at 12. Like it's going to give you an option to get, I know you don't get your A+ player in Anderson, but you get maybe some B+, some A- players in the room. And I know that's not as fun. It's not as like sexy, right? Like to do that. But when you look at the Bengals defense, what is it? It's a bunch of B and B+ dudes that are all in sync, that are playing the game the way they need to, and they're a great defense, and they can shut down teams that have high-powered offenses because everybody's in sync. If the Cardinals can get to that point, I think that's better than saying like, yeah, we stuck at 3, we took Will Anderson, like this is a good thing for us. And they got to fix the offensive line too. The offensive line sucks so bad. So that's kind of where I'm at with Arizona. There it is. So yeah, it is in fact Will Anderson from Alabama. 2 Bama guys in the first 3.
Insane.
Bama's back.
Well,
Bama's back. At least in the draft. I know
yeah,
Georgia
they never
dominated
left
the draft.
For the most part.
That's true.
So.
That's true. Georgia dominated the draft last year. Alabama says, I will raise you. We're going 2 of 3 to start.
Next year, we're going to try and have 3 of 3.
They're going to do their best every year, Alabama, to get the top guys. I got Will Anderson here. Where the heck are you, buddy?
Well, they've got a pretty successful track record, to say the least. So, Jake, I have a question.
Okay. What you got for me, dog?
How far down? Actually, go through Will Anderson, and then I'll ask you.
All right. Let's talk about Will Anderson really quick. 6'3.5", 253 pounds. Right. Isn't like some of these overwhelming size guys that we're going to see go a little bit later. But I mean, I put the stats on here for him because they're insane compared to everybody else. 147 pressures in the last 2 seasons. 147 times he's putting pressure on the quarterback. That's insane. 27.5 sacks. Those are numbers that make you, an elite player the next level, right? You're producing in a conference that requires the best out of you week in and week out. He's doing that. Okay. Excellent 3-down defender. So excellent, in fact, that when Alabama's got 3 down fronts, they're saying, Will Anderson, you need to play 4-eye, even though that's probably not your best position. It's your best position for us right now as a defense. He holds up in there because he's really strong with his hands, really strong in general, good leverage player, right? He does all of that stuff. And he's powerful and explosive when you give him the runway to get after the quarterback, right? He's going to generate a lot of power. He is one of the very few guys that I've seen in the last couple of years that has a forklift technique move. You don't see many guys do this where they can lift the tackle's arms up and leverage is just completely gone. The tackle is in no man's land, helpless, can't do anything. The range defending the run, right? He can pop off of guys, work through traffic, right? Multiple offensive linemen to make stops in the backfield. Just a powerful dude who runs hot, motor runs hot all the time. Yeah. Could he add more to the pass rush arsenal? Sure. And he's probably going to need to, right? You can't just win with 1 or 2 moves. So that's going to be part of it. But guess who he's going to play for? D'Amico Ryans, who's been in the room, in San Francisco with Nick Bosa, right? He's been in the room with Drake Jackson, who's a rookie last year, who got some good reps. Armstead, right? Like just guys that were physical freaks, but also technically worked on their game to get to another level. And I think Ryans is going to let Will Anderson and help Will Anderson do that.
We also have the official trade for that.
Oh, perfect.
The Cardinals got, as we saw, we figured at least 12. They also did get 33. In addition to that, they got a 2024 first, 2024 third.
Okay.
Huge haul. Texans got 3 and 105.
Oh, okay. So pick 3 and pick 105. That's okay.
It's not bad for them, but that's great
There's
for the
the
Cardinals.
There is the numbers right there. Yeah, I like that. I like that for Arizona. I think they have to do something like that. This can't be, like we said, it can't be just Will Anderson and figure it out. Like, I think, there's Packer fans really excited on Twitter because they thought Smith-Njigba was going to be Houston's pick at 12. I hate to inform them that JSN probably won't be the selection at 13, folks. I'm sorry. I want him to be. I want him to be. I just don't think it's going to happen. Oh, the Colts did the right thing, Nate. At least in my opinion, they did the right thing. Oh, man. The Colts. So everybody make sure we got the trade compensation down if you haven't seen it, right? Nate mentioned it, 12-33, a 2024 first. That is a huge deal for a bad team. That could mean that even if they have pick 2, they could package both to go get Caleb Williams at 1. Or they're in position to get Caleb Williams, and they add Marvin Harrison Jr. with Caleb Williams. Nuts, right? So Arizona's in a great spot. They get 2024 third as well. Houston still gets 105. That could be a pass catcher. We'll see. Could be a corner, right? Corner's deep. You pair him with Stingley. They're going to have options still. So that's good. Houston still, they've got a couple things. They still have, right, 12, 30. They still have 65 and 73 in the third round. Those will be nice and valuable for them as well, especially in a class that's got some depth in terms of the defensive side of the football. So I like that. Colts pick is in. Colts pick is it's not Will Levis. He is the pawn, Nate.
It seems
Will Levis is a pawn. The Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida. This is the fit. Shane Steichen coming in. He's getting his slightly more inexperienced Jalen Hurts. I would say Richardson is Jalen Hurts about 2 games into his tenure at Oklahoma, where there were things that were clicking, but things that needed obvious help. And I don't think Richardson's a project. He's not sitting, folks. He is playing week 1. I don't think Minshew's playing. I can't imagine they're going to go into an offseason program with 2 guys who are very different, right? Like Richardson's extension he gives you in the run game, Minshew can't do that. So if they're playing him. I'm calling it now. They're playing him. Why don't we talk about him, Nate? Why don't we talk about him? This is personally, this is who I think Carolina should have swung for at 1. I'll say it. It's about to get really orange. It's about to get really orange here. Boom. Okay.
Oh, that's bright.
It's bright orange, folks. I couldn't resist. The colors are too tempting on these things.
Somebody's scrolling down their Twitter feed right now, and they're just like,
yeah. Or they just clicked on the stream right now, and it's like, why is there this giant orange thing in my face?
We're not responsible for anything.
Michael, I will get to that question. I promise. I missed that. It's 5 minutes old. That's my bad. Right after we talk about Richardson here. So, the quarterback from Florida. Could he have stayed another year? Sure. Inexperienced. He's got like 13 starts. It's very possible. So I think you're looking at a mix for me in between a Hurts and a Lance. He's somewhere in between the two. I don't think he's as raw and inexperienced as Lance, but he's not where Jalen Hurts was coming in to the draft. Now, athletically, he's, more of a marvel than Hurts was. And velocity-wise, he generates way more on the football than Hurts does. But here we go. The upside swing that might be worth it because he's 6'4 and a quarter, 244. He's the best tester of all time at the quarterback position. 4.43 in the 40. That's faster than pretty much every receiver that's worth a darn in this draft class. 40.5-inch vert. That's more than a lot of the top corners and edge rushers in this draft. And then he jumps 10.9 in the broad, which is, again, right on par with a lot of good edge rushers, good corners. Like, what is there to say? Dude generates tremendous velocity. He's the guy. You want a guy who throws a strawberry through a battleship? It's Anthony Richardson, okay? And the idea that he is a project exists in maybe one facet of the game, okay? His deep ball is really good. He's hitting throws like that like Hurts did at a really nice clip. But really what stands out to me is the pocket instincts. Okay. He knows when to maneuver. He can make that slight slide to the left when he feels pressure coming from his right side, or he steps up in the pocket. He's able to maneuver with quick footwork, keeps his eyes down the field. That's a huge part of playing the position and being calm under pressures, keeping those eyes down. Don't drop him to the rush. It's not going to help you out. Escapability. He's got the lowest pressure to sack percentage of any of these quarterbacks in the draft. Yes, including Bryce Young, because he gets out of those situations because he's big and he's smart and he's savvy. Good anticipatory throws as well over the middle of the field, especially. And like we said, extension of the run game. What does he have to do better? Hit the layups, the short throws, right? The RPO game. You have to hit the layups. He doesn't hit enough of those. Find your changeup, find your touch throw, and fix some mechanical issues. There are times where his upper half and his lower half, they're not together. We got to fix those. We fix all of that. The sliders are turned up to 100, and good night. Good night, AFC, especially AFC South. And that would hurt to say, especially for a division where I really like the Jags and Trevor Lawrence. So, and one more point. If you're in the AFC, what do you have to get through? Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Lawrence, Lamar, Burrow. Like, you have to have the dude. You can't just have like a solid dude. You have to be perfect if you're going to have the solid dude, right? If you have Bryce Young at the Colts, everything has to be perfect. Richardson is a different level of potential. All right. Oh yeah, Michael's question. Don't want to forget this. Yeah. If you're good, when would you take a tackle? For me, it's either round 1 or it's day 3. I'm not starting to reach for tackles on day 2. I just don't like what the value is going to be. There's a chance that we've heard that like 6-7 guys are going to go tonight at tackle, which would be nuts. Then it even further instills my thought that it's day 3 or right now at 13. Like when the slide starts going, are you Broderick Jones? Are you Darnell Wright? It's got to be soon. Nate, some of the people probably know you're a Saints fan, but what do you want to see the Saints do when they're on the clock with pick 29?
That's the big question. I guess, it's one of those situations where I wouldn't be surprised if they make it 10 out of the last, I think 12 where they've traded up when they've actually had a first round pick. Like, it is an insane amount under Mickey Loomis where they have traded up. And pretty much everybody, if you've watched the draft or pay attention to the draft for the last couple of years, you know that the Saints like to trade up. Wouldn't be shocked if they do it. If one of the linebackers is there, I think that's the most likely. Van Noy has come up a lot in recent coverage. If he is there in the mid to late teens, don't be shocked to see them jump. But also, I wouldn't be shocked to see them jump for another defensive lineman. Cam Jordan is 36, 37. I don't remember, but he's up there now. And there's no heir apparent there. That is a core player on their team. There is no heir apparent. He goes down. We saw it last year. You're in trouble. A lot of their talented defensive linemen they've been able to find in UDFAs have left or been traded, gone other places. It's a pretty consistent pattern, but you need that guy that you think is going to stay. So don't be shocked, as far as linebackers, defensive line. I don't think it's going to be offense unless maybe it's a tight end. But I highly doubt that just because they don't exactly love that. I think they still think Adam Troutman has some stuff in the tank to play with. And, I think there's room for improvement on the offense, of course. I think they're looking for Derek Carr to make most of that happen.
Sure.
But I'm going to hedge my bets on a linebacker, I think, as far as that goes for now.
So like a Van Ness if he falls, a Murphy if he falls, these bigger, stronger edge rushers that they've often liked. I think obviously Keon White's at the draft, the Georgia Tech guy who's 285. There's some Marcus Davenport comps that have been thrown out there for him. So that'll be interesting to see. Do you think there's any chance that the Saints would look at like some of these, like not necessarily smaller maybe a little bit smaller in size, but also smaller in stature, like the Northwestern guy, Adebawore, or Kalijah Cansey? Is there anybody talk about that, or would they go like Brzee potentially at 29?
Yeah.
Is there anybody talk about those guys?
Oh yeah, I mean, there would not be any shock for me. They love their small school guys. That's another thing that we definitely know. So to see, someone come not from one of the premier Power 5 schools wouldn't be that shocking, especially for the Saints. However, I think we're more likely to see that 2, 3, 4 in that regard. So it's definitely possible. They don't write anybody off the books either by, alma mater size or physical stature. So I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked either way.
Okay. Well, the Seahawks pick is in, and the Seahawks have selected our boy, Nate. They've selected our guy. They've taken our guy.
Really?
They've taken our guy, Devin Witherspoon.
Wow.
I would like to point out this morning, I ran a mock this morning about 6 a.m. because I don't sleep the night before the draft anyway. I flip-flopped Witherspoon and Carter 5-6 because they were the consensus was like, the Seahawks might just take Carter and then Witherspoon will go to the Lions. I flipped the two. It'll be interesting to see if that's correct or not. So Seattle is taking our guy, Devin Witherspoon. And when we say our guy, for those who don't know, both of us did go to Illinois for college. We're going to be really hyped. Obviously, I'm really stoked right now that Witherspoon's gone top 5. It's amazing. I'm stoked for Sidney Brown to get picked tomorrow. I think I'm stoked for Quan Martin to go earlier than people think tomorrow. It's going to be great. Let's talk about Witherspoon. Baby's going to Seattle. This is sick. I got it for him right here. Oh, he asked. Okay, wait. There was a question really quick. I mean, we're definitely not scouts. That's for sure. I would call myself a guy who likes the draft with Wi-Fi. That's what I would call myself. But I'm into it all the time, 365. So, and we've done this show 7 years. So, we enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. There's not really an event like it. So that's what I would say.
I'm none of those things. Not anymore.
Okay. Here he is. Thinking Gonzalez to the Lions. Gonzalez to the Lions is a possibility. Now the draft gets interesting. A run on corners is good. I'm going to be honest, Mitch. I really wanted Witherspoon at 13. Really wanted Witherspoon at 13. I would have been off the walls. Nate, let's talk about our boy here. 5'11 and a half, 181. Huge time, though, by the way, when he had his own pro day. That 4.45 is a big deal, especially for a 181-pound guy who had questions if you can't see. Hold on. If you can't see the bottom of here, I think the long speed questions were the real questions. Seeing him run 4.45, albeit in no pads, I still think it's a big deal. Nate, do you want to talk about like the type of player he is, maybe the mentality?
But yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys that's come from being unranked in most scouting categories heading in out of high school into college, signed with Illinois. Lovie Smith, who much faults to him for everything else that has gone on in his career other than his successful runs. Apparently a very good evaluator of talent at the college level, because a lot of those guys, including all 5 of his starting offensive linemen, are going to be drafted after this year. Interesting. Anyway, a great talent, as we've seen come out of Illinois in terms of who Devin Witherspoon is, but a guy that never played with the mindset that he was the best, played with that junkyard dog mentality. He is smart on the field, physical on the field, and has locked down, guys we said routinely this year during kind of his rapid come up. And continual come up. He's been going up for a while in terms of rankings, but one of those guys that locked down guys where we said, this is the week where he has to prove himself. This is the week where he has to prove himself multiple times throughout the year. And every time he stepped up to it and locked down consistently wide receiver ones. But he's a guy that can play downhill. He's a guy that can play in coverage. And a guy that this Illinois team also allowed, him and Sidney Brown, who we'll talk about, I'm sure, at some point, or maybe just on Twitter, to kind of flex around based on what they were reading in terms of how the offense lined up. I think even at 6 or at 5, this is a budget pick. Because when we started hearing he could go at 3, I truly believe he is a caliber of player worthy of going at 3. So this is a great pick. He's going to fit so well in a Seahawks jersey. It's just a great
I honestly might get the jersey.
It's just
I think I'm going to get the jersey.
pair.
We don't get to see Illinois guys go this high.
No.
Like, this is an awesome moment. Like
2000, I think.
It's been so long. I mean, when the last first rounder was AJ Jenkins, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So like it's it's 11 years ago now.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, dude plays. Yeah, it is. Dude, Witherspoon plays above his weight, folks, at 181. If you haven't seen the highlight of him in the first play against Indiana, absolutely decleating a dude who gets a swing pass. If that doesn't sell you, nothing will. The dude is just an enforcer against the run. He's not afraid to stick you. Phenomenal tackler in space too. He doesn't just come up and hit hard with his shoulder. He's wrapping you up, and that's huge. He limits yards after the catch. He plays the receiver well at the catch point if he's not in position to go up and get the football, which is really savvy. A lot of corners often love to turn all the time, and then they get out of position. They're too close. They're too far away from the receiver to make the play, and they think the quarterback can't make the throw. Like they're in no man's land. He doesn't get in that position. Ball skills are outstanding. We talked about it. Inside out versatility. Maybe Seattle will play him in the slot sometimes, right? Against teams that are going to be in 11 a lot, right? Otherwise, it's Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen outside in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
That's nasty.
Come on. So Witherspoon, I know you're not watching this with Devin Witherspoon, but congrats, brother. This is awesome. We're stoked for you. We are stoked for you.
Highest pick since Kevin Hardy and Simeon Rice went 2 and 3. In what year, Jake?
Boy, that's a long time ago.
It is, yeah.
Oh, man. How long ago was it? Simeon Rice.
It's a very noteworthy year for you.
Yeah, I was trying to think if it was 94 or 96, but I couldn't think of which one.
1996.
Okay, there we go.
94 was Brad Hopkins at 13 to the Houston Oilers. That's the other more recent one, which is insane.
That's wild.
But to show just how unusual that is as a feeling for people who attend or supported Illinois football through some real bad years.
All right. Well, all right. Sick. We have a trade. Cardinals have sent 12 and 34 to Detroit for pick 6.
Oh, I saw that pick too.
Yes, and the pick is what a lot of people thought the pick was going to be. Kyler Murray was like really clamoring for this. And yes, we are kind of more aficionados, hobby. Enjoy it. Love to see it. Yeah, U of I guys. Yep.
It is personality.
I am so Nate loves to come on. And I will say, we it was a lot of fun at Illinois doing this, and it was draft after draft where it's like, it'd be so cool if an Illinois player would go while we're on stream.
Yeah, it's funny how that turnaround happened.
Yes.
Right after we left.
Yeah, it's about time. Yeah, about time. This is my favorite thing. So we know what the pick is. So just to make sure, it's not Jalen Carter. Kurt, what's going on, brother?
Kurt.
Heck yeah, Illinois all day.
Love that profile picture, Kurt.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a good one, huh? So Detroit moves back 2 spots. I love this. Someone tweets Cardinals have to go Carter or Gonzalez here. It's neither of those. If you were watching the rumor mill the last, I don't know, 48 hours, you know what this pick is. It's Paris Johnson Jr., tackle, Ohio State. So Kyler Murray had talked about wanting to the Cardinals to draft Paris Johnson. And so again, we kind of talked about, all right, well, Arizona, they could stack some picks up. How about coming back up? And I was so close. I had this morning as well, Nate. I had them coming back up, but with Atlanta, not with Detroit. So close. I don't think I'm going to win the mock draft sweepstakes. We'll see. We are monitoring the situation over here on a tab just to see how things are going, but I can't imagine I'm going to get it done necessarily. But here we are. Paris Johnson Jr. to Ohio State guys coming off the board. No Georgia guys just yet. So there you go. Paris Johnson's really exciting tackle. And I do think, though, as I pull this up, I do think we're seeing the tackle class get a little inflated because I do think there are teams that, again, we're going to see maybe 5, 6, 7 go in the first tonight. But I think there are probably teams that would trim that down to 2 or 3, right? First off, Skoronski, not going to be a tackle to everybody, may not be a tackle to anybody. So that's immediately one that's thrown off the board. There are going to be teams that don't like Darnell Wright. I'm almost sure of that. There are going to be teams that don't like Broderick Jones. I'm very sure of that too. And so if you're that team and those 3 are off, it's Paris Johnson and it's Anton Harrison, and that's like it. And so now it's turned into like, okay, we got to get one of these guys. And so there it goes. Here comes the reaching, like the quote unquote value is just gone. And these guys are going to come off because it's a premium position, right? So they give up 12 and 34. They still have their 2024 first. So that works out really nicely for them to come up and get this guy. Let's get to it. Let's get to Kraken. Oh, it's not full screen. Rip. First error of the stream so far. Nice. Love it. So yeah, Paris Johnson, 5-star guy from Ohio State. You know how the NFL does it, Nate. They stick to those 5-star recruits, which is why I do think Brazil, a lot of potential to go tonight still, even with kind of the injuries he's dealt with. But enough about him for a second. 6'6" and 3/8, 313 pounds, right? Still a big, tall dude with a lot of flexibility, even though he is so tall. Sometimes these taller tackles struggle with leverage. One of those is Blake Freeland, but he's obviously 6'8". But again, right guard in 2021, thought he played pretty well there. I think as he moved over to left tackle in 2022, you saw some of the kind of issues he had at guard kind of leak into that film at tackle. And those were like his hands extremely wide, right? And he's giving up his chest. That's something as a tackle you cannot do, especially on Sundays. You can get away with it on Saturdays if you're bigger, right, stronger than guys. On Sundays, you're not getting away with it. And it's a great example here. Paris Johnson's going to Arizona. Nick Bosa. If you give up the chest to Nick Bosa, you're on the ground every single time. You're not going to be able to recover that way. So he has to get better with keeping those hands in tight when he's striking. He's a 2-hand punch guy. Those guys who often 2-hand punch, you don't vary up the strikes. Guys are going to be able to pick up on that. Same thing, Nick Bosa. He'll pick up on that. He'll have an answer for it. And I think some awareness as well in terms of who's coming, who's not, finding where he needs to be, picking up stunts and twists. Like he just get a little bit better at that, get a tick faster. But again, everything that's good. The functional athleticism, I spelled functional wrong. That's another error. Put it up there. That's 2 on the board for tonight. It's spelled incorrectly. But functional athleticism and quicks in the run game is excellent. Great reach blocker, great sustaining blocks on the move. Second level, he gets there with ease, right? The recovery skills and pass pro are phenomenal. He mirrors guys extremely well. He can stay sustained for a while because his feet will help him out when he's engaged. So I like it here that the Cardinals needed tackle really badly. They need any offensive line, any. They should be thinking about, Schmitz, Tippmann, Avila, Torrance, any of these guys on day 2 as well when they pick a 33. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's, again, they got a lot back from Houston. Houston desperate to go get Anderson. And yeah, they're able to kind of maneuver a little bit and come back up. Not a bad strategy at all so far for the that's Monty Ossenfort, I think, right? Yeah, Ossenfort and his boys there. So yeah, I'm salivating at the idea of Witherspoon and Woolen. That's not very fair. Like, I think they could have, and you mentioned it, Nate, like how good the value is for Witherspoon. I know we're stuck on it. I know we're just can't get it out of our head. He was my number 5 overall player, ahead of all the quarterbacks. I think he's better than all the quarterbacks, at least in terms of a purely vacuum evaluation standpoint. So freaking phenomenal. That leaves the Raiders up, and this I feel like has to be Christian Gonzalez. Ian Rappaport apparently said that the Falcons would have drafted Paris Johnson at 8 if he was available. Does that mean, Nate, that Skoronski could come off at 8 now, and the tackle run is going to start earlier than we thought, which is what a lot of people were talking about? early on. So the Lions, just want to make sure for people, and there's a lot of Packer fans in here still, right? The Lions have now picks 12, 18, 34, 48, 55, also 81. So 6 picks between 12 and 81. Mad. Absolutely mad. And most likely none of those are going to be quarterback, Nate. So it's all going to be figuring out every issue they have on this roster and either plugging it or getting great value somewhere. Like imagine, oh gosh. Imagine Detroit takes Jackson Smith and Jigba at 12.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
I guess they did say it is the
brother.
most unpredictable draft in draft history. So
we have heard that. But honestly, I don't think they'll do that right. I think Smith and Jigba's got a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown in them, at least a little bit, to where stylistically it might not. I think, honestly, if Skoronski's there at 12 for Detroit, Nate, he's an all-pro guard. You're missing one of the guard spots right now. Is anybody going to be mad at them for doing that? Especially when
will be.
Well, probably that's probably true. But how much corner depth there is, 3 technique which they need, they can grab that anywhere between 12 and 81. Right, edge rusher, there's a million of them if they want their strong side guy. There's so many names that are like those big dudes, 6'4", 6'5", 260, 270. They can grab any of those. So I knew it. I did a little article this week. It was most interesting teams in the draft. And the Lions were definitely one of them because they have so much capital. And now they've moved back even more. They're going to take advantage of what I think is a really talent-rich draft on day 2. And they're going to, I imagine, crush it. So, oh, wow.
Got the
I just saw that thing that you retweeted.
Oh, the Hunger Games thing?
Yeah, that's so weird. Why are they doing that?
No,
yeah.
I would crack up about that.
Essentially, when you're going to Arizona, isn't it the Hunger Games, right? They take the lunches out of your paychecks.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean,
what is this?
Everything funds the capital. What's the capital of the Arizona Cardinals in that case?
The capital? Well, it's got to be the owner, I guess. Sense, yeah. The Bidwills. The Bidwills are the capital, I guess.
Yeah. Well, at least they finally did something for Kyler and for Caleb next year.
Oh, wow. Okay. Raiders are on. Raiders got some needs in a lot of places. I think their O-line still needs work. They've said that their O-line doesn't need work. That is what we call lying.
Yeah, that's what we call.
Or way too much false confidence in your there's overconfident nonsense, we'll call it. How about defensive end, defensive tackle, corner. That's why I thought Gonzalez was the fit here. Tight end, obviously, they lost Waller, right? Moreau, obviously, we hope he gets healthy and better, right? But it sounded like he wasn't going to come back to Vegas anyway. Linebacker as well. I've seen the pick, Nate. It is Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, I saw that a while back. It's leaking so fast that I'm just like,
I know, we're moving. I don't even know where the broadcast is. Are they still talking about Paris Johnson?
Still talking before Tyree.
Okay.
But just now swapped from, and granted, I'm a little bit behind because I'm on a stream on my computer, but
yeah.
Ooh,
I like this question. I like this question. I would take him over Stingley 100%.
Over Stingley, behind Sauce for me.
Yes, I agree. I think both Gonzalez and Witherspoon would be right in that, right in between Sauce and Stingley.
They'd be the Stingley saucy Oreo. They'd be the filling.
Yeah, they would be. They would be. The buffalo sauce covered Oreo.
Yuck.
That
sounds
terrible. It does sound. That sounds bad. I need to take a drink of water to cleanse my palate from even thinking about that. Okay. For those at home, I got a great game for you guys. We can play as soon as we talk about Tyree Wilson.
Is it charades?
Yeah, it's draft charades. This is Witherspoon, right? Spoon. Oh man, how do you do Paris? That would be a good one.
Wait, I don't know how to do an Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, I know. How would you make it look?
Would
people guess pyramid if you did that? I probably
hold on.
I'd be in trouble.
If we're going along the French theme, you just wave a white.
Oh my gosh, there it is. That's
low hanging fruit, but nice, we're gonna take it.
I like it. There you go. So Tyree Wilson, big guy. We talk about how big this class is at edge, right? A lot of edges are huge. 6'5" and 5'8", 271. Didn't do a lot of testing. There is talk about an ankle injury that's lingering that might have some issues, right? It's, I think, a little bit more serious of the kind that like Tua dealt with a lot in college on that same ankle, where it's lingers and it's might leak into, season after season. But he's powerful and disruptive defensive lineman. Now, I will say he is my edge 4. That might be controversial to a lot of people. I think my edge 2 and edge 3 are going tonight, and they're not Murphy or Van Ness either, folks. So there you go. Big hot takes thrown out, but powerful and disruptive, right? He's going to be alignment versatile, and I think that's going to be interesting to see how they use him, Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. Maybe this is kind of Tyree Wilson redshirt season a little bit, where he kind of does the rush from the interior, rotate in a little bit, like Rashawn Gary did with Green Bay in 19. But yeah, gap penetration, can attack those. He's explosive off the line, long strides, great backside pursuit guy. He gets the backside pursuit stuff is wild with him. He covers so much ground in an instant, and the running back's getting just smoked. Like, he is depleting running backs with backside pursuit. Love how he generates good leverage at contact. Some of these big guys at edge, they rush high and they're screwed because they can't go anywhere because tackles are playing technical ball on them and they think they can just bowl them over. It doesn't work. So for a big dude to get low and leverage himself at contact, either with setting an edge or generating speed to power as a rusher, that is a really nice sign for his development. Now, the drawback is, it took him until he was 23, 24 to generate like a 6-sack season. So that's, maybe a little bit where the questions lie, but you see upside there. And why he was talked about, the entire process with Arizona, Houston, Seattle, right, at their selections. So the game, really quick, as Atlanta's on the clock, hopefully taking Bijan.
Oh, wow. Just saw it.
It's not Bijan?
No, it is.
No, it is Bijan.
That was
Bijan to the
timing, actually.
They don't care about positional value. That's sick. That's sick. Man, my mic always. Why does my mic auto adjust? I turned it off on StreamYard. That's so annoying.
Dude, you haven't seen Tyree Wilson's suit yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
It's sick.
Is it top? Is it top so far? Probably?
Yeah, so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like something you'd see like a top level defensive lineman who's like been in the league for 9 years wear.
Okay.
Like, super like all black, but like some slight flower color. Pretty.
I like it.
I can never pull it off.
I like it.
I
like that. That's nice. Where was I going to say? Oh, so I have all these graphics made. There's like 50 of them again this year. So if anybody, here's what I will say. If you're sub to the channel, because this is a fun game, if you're sub to the channel, you got to prove you're sub to the channel. Okay. You got to throw the like down there. Okay. If you get it right, we'll do a giveaway. Okay. You'll get the giveaway, but you have to pick a player probably that isn't been mocked there a lot, because I've checked the mock drafts, right? Obviously. Right. And I've written my own fair share and posted my fair share on this platform. You have to figure out who is on the board that's going to go tonight that I don't have a graphic for. Put that in the comments. You can take your time. We got all stream to figure that out. It's probably not going to happen super early, but if you get it right, we'll send a little giveaway something your way. How about that sound? I want to start doing those since we got to 1K, because I appreciate all of you for that, for sure. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to cracking, right, with Bijan, man. I'm so glad the Falcons did this. Positional value. The nerds are pissed.
They are, yeah.
The nerds are pissed. PFF's having heads explode in studio right now, almost guaranteed. But not Trevor Sikkema, though. I'm pretty sure he's on stream tonight. I'm sure Trevor is having a dandy of a time over there. Okay, let's get him up here. Bijan. He's got his own mustard. I want to try it, yo.
Oh,
I really
yeah,
want to try that.
Does. I forgot they did that deal.
Yep, I want to try that.
NIL is a beautiful thing.
It is. I want to try that stuff. I really do.
Man, this might be the best running back prospect in the last 10 years. It's up there.
I agree. He's a better player than Barkley was. I know that's like it. We sound revisionist, I wasn't thrilled with Barkley back then that much. I thought there were some players who were comparable. Obviously, that was incorrect. Like, he was still the best running back from that class, but
Sure.
I don't know. Something about him, like with all the bounce outs he did, unnecessary stuff, like he trusted his speed all the time. I just didn't love it. Wasn't too big of a fan. Oh yeah, that means the Bears get Carter or Gonzalez. That sucks, bro. That sucks. They're gonna take Carter.
The fact that
Stupid
block. Like, he's an intelligent blocker, and that's just insane to me in a running back. But
and he doesn't even need to be, right? He's talented enough where they won't even ask him to do it. And it's like, oh, you're fine. Like, we don't need you to do that. Be you.
I think the Eagles might have traded with the Bears.
Interesting for Carter, then.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there are 3 guys that I thought they would take are all still here, believe it or not. Let's talk Bijan here. I don't know if anybody saw it. If you're looking close on the graphic, you saw something like pretty weird. Probably. He's 5'11", 215, 98th percentile athlete. Christian McCaffrey, baby. That's what we're looking at here. Christian McCaffrey, who's in the weight room doing squats all the time. This is the comp. 3-down superstar. Might even be underselling it, Nate. Is it? It might be. It might be underselling it. 3-down superstar. Folks, he's a wizard. He makes me believe in magic again. I don't know how he does what he does with his feet, how he makes guys miss in like phone booth after phone booth when he's weaving through defenders with quick cuts, right? He's slaloming to keep his options open with his feet. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, drop his weight. There's a play against Texas Tech, and I shared it, where Bijan is looking for the cutback lane. Defenders coming in. I don't know how he sees it out the peripheral and just ducks him. Just ducks him with insane flexibility. He has obviously that to his game. He can drop his hips to change direction, which is really the sign of a strong, efficient back who can make things happen in space. Quick processor, I think, between the tackles as well. He certainly leaves some meat on the bone at times, but it's never really that egregious. He's not an egregious kick outside guy because he doesn't have the elite speed, right? He's not 4.3. He's not Jahmyr Gibbs, right, in terms of that type of player. But again, the creativity and elusiveness in space, force missed tackles, contact balance, right? He varies up the footwork. He's just a nightmare to handle. And I think Arthur Smith and company know that. They know that. And this is a jersey I think I would like as well. This is a sick one. I know, Nate, you'll never get it. Not a chance. Nate was hoping Bijan would go to like Detroit, I think, or
anywhere,
LA.
but
Bijan in a Chargers jersey would have been sick. That's the jersey, but never going to happen unless he goes there for a second contract. But a great hands too. He goes up and catches the football. He'll catch through contact, right? He's probably be a good slot receiver too, Nate. I'm pretty sure. So
yeah. No, I definitely think he could do it.
Does it all. Whatever you want him to do, he'll do it. If Ritter takes a step, the NFC South is in trouble.
Yeah,
I'm a huge believer in London. I think, Nate, you were Olave wide receiver 1, right? Last year, if I remember correctly. But I think you still liked London as a player. Obviously, we both really liked Pitts. Everybody did.
He was 3.
3? Okay.
I think somebody'd have to look.
We're going back to the YouTube. The live show's there. We talked.
Yeah, we'd have to go back pretty far for that one.
Yeah. But yeah, they got skill positions on skill positions. Yep, it is. Yep. Do we know that's all they gave up for that? Okay.
Was it 4th?
Yeah, it was a 4th next year. It wasn't even this year.
Yep.
Yeah,
it didn't take much, apparently.
Yeah, so the Bears moved back 1 spot. Okay, Nate, did you see the mock draft, Richie, Smitty, and Tyler and I? Did you see any of that at all?
I did not get a chance to watch it.
So I had the Bears. And I moved back with Pittsburgh and then moved up with Philly. So technically, I only moved back 1 spot, which is exactly what the Bears did here. We love to see that. But yeah, the Eagles have selected Jalen Carter, Nate. This is a problem. The NFC, I regret to inform you that for the next 5 years, the Eagles will be in the Super Bowl. So you're going to have to figure something out there. I don't know what it's going to be. You're going to have to get lucky. I'm not sure what to do. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter being on the same team again is dumb.
Yes.
That should be illegal. Eagles should be fined a first-round pick for this. They shouldn't get pick 30 now. Shouldn't be allowed to have it.
Nope. Take it away.
Dumb. Get rid of their pick 30.
Yeah, are you trying to
Trash.
tell me that somebody who's garnered comparisons to Warren Sapp is good? I am shocked. Thoroughly shocked. Jesus
Jalen Carter is
Christmas.
good.
Who knew?
Let him know. Don't do it to him.
Golly gee.
Oh
This is
man.
insane. I just can't believe, and it just speaks to the talent at the top end of this class, and at least the desperation for a certain position as well, that he fell this far. Like Jalen Carter is one of my favorite players in this draft, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously dealt with a lot, right? And obviously did something wrong, but that's a lot for a young kid. And it's,
it's a lot. But my thing is, like, we've seen it time and time again. It doesn't super matter in the end for the most part in the NFL.
Yeah, the NFL is not really too concerned, but
so it's just odd to me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, he gets to, I will say, I know that he is joining a team with his teammates again. And one of them obviously is a character legend, right? He is Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Is a great player to be back in the locker room with. I will say that much. And I know that Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, AJ Brown, right? Jason Kelsey, like, you're kidding, right? This locker room is amazing, and it's going to be a great spot for him. I mean, he's the top player in the draft, Nate. I don't think there's any question about it, as long as he off the field stuff takes care, like he takes care of that and gets right on the straight path again. Like 6'3", 314. He's got power at the point of attack that knows no limits. And when you watch him drive offensive linemen back, and there's a play against Tennessee that's been shared a lot of where he just walks it back, right, and just drills a quarterback. He isn't like Devontae Wyatt. Devontae Wyatt went with a lot of quicks, with a lot of athleticism, right? He has the flexibility that Devontae Wyatt has when changing direction. He's explosive out of his stance like that, but he's got power that Jordan Davis has. This is why we thought Carter was better than both of them, right? We talked about all those Georgia defenders. Walker went 1, Davis went 13, and Wyatt went 28th. We thought Carter was better than all of them, and he is. It's like I said, quicks and agility against the run, violent hands, hand usage, and rush moves at contact. When you're that explosive, that powerful, and that flexible playing this position, you should get comp to Quinnen Williams. You should get comp to Jeffrey Simmons. I think those are the two closest that are recent. But like Nate said, he's got Warren Sapp comps. Come on.
Silly.
Come on.
Not to mention, he's literally going to a team. And I know we briefly touched on this, but talk about being set up to succeed. You have Jalen Carter, you have Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, Nakobe Dean, Hassan freaking Reddick, Josh Sweat,
stud, bro.
Brandon Graham. The list goes on and on. Whew, give Howie a raise. Give Howie all the raises.
Well, and that's the thing too, right? Like Nakobe Dean's one knock is like the size, right? He's like 228. When you have Carter and Davis, basically they can take on 3 dudes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Nakobe Dean's always been a scalpel type of player where you can pick things apart, and now you're giving him runways because these guys can eat that much space. I mean, the Eagles should trade up and select Nolan Smith next. Let's rebuild it. Trade for Trayvon Walker. Whatever you got to send Devontae Smith there, maybe. I don't know. And build the Georgia defense in Philly. Like, just do it. I don't know why not.
Nolan Smith's energy is a whole vibe. He seemed. I would love to play on a team with Nolan Smith from what I've seen. But
oh wow, Chicago.
What did they do,
fellas?
What did they do now,
fellas? Is it dumb to not take Skoronski,
brother?
Yo, this is funny.
I hope that 4th round pick is good.
Yeah, that 4th round pick better be a stud. No, I mean this guy was going to go with the first. We thought about
this
definitely. Was a possibility. I like the player. It's just
another 5-star recruit.
Yeah, that's the point. See, this is you think Nate goes, "Oh, I don't provide too much." I'm telling you right now, Nate has all the high school info on every single one of these guys.
Just a useless ball of information, more or less.
It's perfect information. It's perfect. Yeah, Nolan Smith's comp, you know what it is, right? What a lot of people have said, it's Reddick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I saw this in some mocks too, really recently. And so the Bears are going to select Darnell Wright, tackle from Tennessee. And this is what's, I think, going to start the run. We saw Paris Johnson go 6. Packers, Jets, Commanders, Steelers, right? All in on it. Bucks, they're in on it too. Like, this is where we're going to start to see some stuff happen. Maybe just putting this out there. Start with, I know we talked at the top of the show, Nate, before you got on and talked, the Ravens and Packers were potentially talking about something. Buccaneers, Buccaneers, do they need a left tackle, right? Unless they want to play Wirfs at left tackle, but in that case, they need a right tackle. So, Nate's in a horror film. It's very
I
nice.
thought it would make it better, but it actually just made it worse in the end. It's funny how that works. I don't have a professional light stage anymore.
This is true.
So you lose that when you become a non-bachelor. You lose your equipment.
Nate doesn't know I got him equipment for his wedding. I got all the equipment. It's being set up.
What is all this?
Yeah.
Don't worry, babe.
What are these giant boxes that way?
I'm going back into it.
Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh, Tampa Bay to trade up with Green Bay, 19-13. Might be able to pick up a little something on day 2 for that. Maybe not pick 50, I think is their pick, man. I hate the Dolphins, by the way. I hate them for tampering. They have thrown off everything in terms of what pick is this that the Steelers have at the top of the second, or like, True. I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's almost
Dolphins,
such a
Dolphins, it's your fault.
To ramify that.
Yeah. But yeah, let's talk Darnell Wright, shall we? Here he is. So remember, like I said, if you're gonna, oh man, stupid Mike, why are you doing that? Okay. If you want to guess who I don't have as graphics, remember, put that guess down there for the giveaway. So yeah, tackle for the Bears was correct. 49ers might have something to say if Trey Lance hits the ceiling. If they're playing Purdy, they're not beating the Eagles. My opinion, anyway. Darnell Wright, 6'5" and 3/8, 333, 96th percentile athlete at the tackle position. He's the plug and play pass protector, right? If you want Fields to sit back there, right, throw the deep ball, right, let these big time plays develop with play action. This is the guy you probably want in the building to do that right now because of how good he is with the wide sets, 45-degree vertical sets. He can do it all. Really active hands to reset, regain leverage, right? Everybody talks about Will Anderson, BJ Ojolari, Derek Hall, like all these guys he's faced over his career. He faced Carter on a bunch of snaps this past fall. He had to face Brian Brzee in the bowl game. So he's faced all of these big-time dudes at pass rusher, defensive tackle on the edge, and he's passed every test. Brick house. It's a good comp, right? Just brick wall. Throw him out there. No one's moving him backwards. I think the real question is for Wright, is the waist bend a little bit? You see it a little bit. Oh, wow, Nate, nice house.
Oh, you know.
But like the waist bend, a little bit of a problem. You see that a little bit more sometimes than him bending the knees, and locking out a little bit more. And then I think improving the run game. Right now, I will tell you, Darnell Wright in the run game sometimes looks like he's just there to like just create a collision, right? There's like not a lot of technique involved. It's like, just go hit that dude like you're a safety who's a bad tackler. That's kind of what it reminds me of at the moment. So that's going to be interesting, Nate. The Bears love to run it a lot. Will Darnell Wright be able to kind of adapt and become a better run blocker? Now, it's funny we say that now, right? Because Charles Cross, same thing. Abe Lucas, same thing. Oh my gosh, they're joining Seattle. They can't run block. You probably want the ability to pass protect first over good run blockers. It's just facts. There you go. We got anything on the Tennessee front yet? They're on the clock. Will Levis, potentially. There was talk DJ. Ooh, okay. We have our first guess. I don't have a Joe Tippmann graphic. Interesting. Okay. That's not a bad guess, I will say. I'm not going to say if it's right or not. But that is an interesting guess. Okay, I've seen the Titans pick now. Yep, here we go, guys. It's going. Absolutely flying. So the Tennessee Titans are not taking Will Levis, Nate. They're doing what we say they should be doing, right? Because they suck at this. They've sucked at this the last few years. They're so bad at this.
Right.
And I think this is the exact correct selection to make sure you're on the right track with
right. The right selection, right?
Yeah, not right, but the right selection. That's not right.
Yeah,
but it is one. But it's right.
Yeah.
It's not right, but it's correct right.
It's right.
Not Darnell. The Titans are selecting Peter Skoronski, and I put offensive tackle, offensive guard there from Northwestern because I think it's important to make that distinction. Yeah, it is offensive line here for the Titans. Like we said, Nate, Isaiah Wilson, bad selection, potentially the worst selection in that entire draft. And that's saying something because Packer fans were livid about theirs, right? Love Dylan, all that. That was the worst pick for sure. They try to fix it. Dylan Radins kind of has the same thing. Guard tackle flexibility from North Dakota State. Nope. Last year, Nicholas Petit Frere. No, Monfrere. That was wrong. Okay. Skoronski. I had to think of something there.
You've been to France. Do better.
I didn't want to keep saying no. It's lame. Oh yeah, we did do it. We did do a France thing. Well, man, France is catching strays on this thing. They're really catching strays tonight. But Skoronski is the ultimate fixer for your offensive line. Why? Because he can play tackle. I think at a quality level, might never be a Pro Bowler at the position necessary, or not a Pro Bowler, an All Pro. The position anybody can make the Pro Bowl. Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl. Why am I even saying
true.
that?
Yeah.
Not necessarily going to be an all-pro tackle, perhaps, but I think he has the ability to be quality there, a solid starter. It's just can he overcome the arm length, right? That's the biggest question with him is why a lot of teams valued him inside. But if you're the Titans, I don't think you care because you have to get something right here. And this is that. What if the Jets have to trade up with Green Bay to get their tackle? That'd be wild. I'd be like, hey, Joe, give me that first neck. Give me a that conditional second into a 1. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a 1 now for sure. No conditional. You're giving me your second as well next year to move up 2 spots. I'm playing hardball. I'm playing absolute hardball with the Jets. I'd rather, you know what? I'd rather the Buccaneers trade up.
Speaking of the Packers.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you know Peter Skoronski's connection to the Packers?
I do. Yes.
Go ahead.
It's very cool.
It is cool.
His grandpa played on the Lombardi teams, which is really cool. I think
captained them.
That's right. He did. That's right.
5 rings.
5 rings. That's wild.
A ring for each hand or finger. Yeah, that's how anatomy works.
A ring for each hand finger.
He did have a ring for each hand. I technically was not wrong.
That's not incorrect.
Yeah, pretty cool though.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool. And his grandson now gets to join the Tennessee Titans. And Mike Vrabel, who's also a Super Bowl champion, of course.
Yeah.
6'4", 313, right? And 93rd percentile athlete. A lot of people maybe were questioning the athleticism with Peter Skoronski. Like, he's just kind of, we're going to move him into guard because he's not a good athlete. No, that's not why. He's a phenomenal athlete too. Technician at tackle. He's powerful, balanced in pass protection. You never see him really there's a lot of these guys, Johnson, Wright, Jones. A lot of these guys get out over their skis a little bit when they're pass protecting, they lose their balance. He doesn't do that. And with that as well, he does a great job of getting his hands low, working low to high to get leverage immediately. And he varies up his strikes. That's really good. You don't see a lot of guys do that. Skoronski is very seasoned in the art of varying up your punches, right? He's got quick feet. He's got really strong sets, right? It's just everything is quality with him. And he's a road grader in the run game too. He can displace you horizontally, right? He generates a lot of power when he's getting moving with some linear explosiveness, right? And the athleticism quicks. I think he can play in zone. I don't think that's a problem at all. So solid tackle, all pro guard. Well, if the arm length matters, again, he is getting comp to Zach Martin a little bit. And I think, for me, he was, I think, the top offensive lineman in the class, regardless of position, regardless of if I graded him as a tackler or guard, Nate. So there it is.
Yeah, definitely an interesting
Oh my gosh. You know what I just
player.
realized? The Lions moved back 6 spots and can still have Gonzalez. So that's good.
Holy dub if they pull that off.
That's a really nice dub.
Do you know Skoronski turned down offers from Michigan?
Did he really?
Michigan and Notre Dame, amongst
W.
others.
W.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes to Northwestern over those two academically, like
Yeah.
clearly
And
an
comes out of it
academic
the
guy
same,
as well.
You know, stayed home. He's from Park Ridge, so
yeah. I'm really surprised. I get the Bears wanted a tackle, but like Skoronski's so much better than Wright.
he would have fit really, really well. I feel like.
But again, I get they wanted their quote unquote right tackle, I guess, opposite Braxton Jones.
Yeah. Hey, you can get the Eagles Super Bowl odds at plus 900 right now. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Would the Vikings come up for Levis? I think this is the other thing. I don't think he was in a lot of people's final mocks, Skoronski to Tennessee, but he was always in that conversation. We were doing mocks in January, February, because like you said, Nate, the fit is perfect here too. You talked about it's a good fit in Chicago. It's great here. They got it. They got to get an offensive line position correct. They got to get a draft pick correct on offensive line. They have it. Yeah, I wanted Will Levis to be off the board right now because I think Green Bay likes Will Levis. I don't like this at all. Get him off the clock. Detroit, pick him.
Oh, well.
Did they pick him?
Huh?
No way. No way. They didn't pick him. Detroit didn't pick him.
Oh.
What the heck?
Yeah. I'm seeing some weird stuff.
Detroit?
I'm seeing some weird stuff.
No, that's what it is. Solak tweeted it. He's got an in with Detroit. If you see
so it is real. Okay.
No, Solak's tweet is correct. No, Solak's tweet is correct. He's got an in with the Lions.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
But
brother, top 15?
Wow.
Are you serious?
Well, we're clearly not learning from the whole.
Oh my gosh.
Running back.
Gonzalez is there. What the heck?
Weird.
Detroit? So this is it, right? Detroit would have selected Bijan at 6. They just didn't want to look dumb, but they look dumber. Folks, Detroit has picked Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. No way is this a real thing.
That is
Jahmyr Gibbs.
A decision to say.
I have the graphic for Gibbs if anyone is concerned about that. Nate, I thought it was Bengals. Or Chargers even at 21.
Right.
Like we thought he was going in the first, but now like, is like Devin A-Chain going to get in the first here? Like what's happening? Yeah,
I
this
really
is,
did
this
not.
is 100% real. I can't believe this. I am. You thought if any of you thought that thought that Darnell Wright pick was kind of wild and a little bit of a reach type of thing, like I don't know what this is.
I'm so confused.
What the heck is? I'm speechless, folks. I don't even get it. Like Detroit, brother, talk to me. I want you guys to succeed. Taking a running back at 12 that is not Bijan hurts my soul a little bit.
I have many
Christian Gonzalez there. There's no way he's falling to 18. What is happening? So I want to paint the picture here of this possibility now. If they took Gibbs here, would they take Osiris Torrance at 18 to fill the guard spot?
Maybe.
Detroit doesn't care about positional value either. All right, well, let's talk about Gibbs because the Packers are on the clock here, and I know you guys want to be. All right, everybody, while we're talking about Gibbs, Packers fans, Packers folks in the comments, put your guess in right now. Put your guess in while we're talking about Jahmyr. Put the guess in. What do you think it's going to be? Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs, really quick. 5'9", 199 pounds.
Damn, he's my size.
80th percentile athlete. Obviously an explosive home run threat. So that's, I mean, we knew that's his game. Insane laterally displacement with his cuts. Like it's impressive to watch him cut. Like the dead leg is really good. He maintains his speed through his cuts. He's such a natural mover. He's so fluid, but also explosive. When you talk about like functional mobility and movement skills, like his movement literacy is phenomenal. Quick's explosiveness in the short area to force missed tackles. The vision's hot and cold, though. That's the real question, I think, with him. And can he handle the full workload at 199? Great hands and adjustment skills as a receiver. And the Texas route savant. He runs the Texas route of the backfield as good as anybody. Love what he does there. I mean, it's a home run threat in Detroit. Like, people were talking about, Detroit maybe going Bijan at 18 and they take Gibbs at 12. Absolutely insane. 1 year after they picked Jamison Williams at 12 via a 20-pick move up, they take Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. I didn't see Zach. Fabiano in here. Zach, how you doing, man? Hope you're still here. Please help me not hate the Tyree Wilson pick. I mean, he's an explosive disruptor, man. Opposite Crosby, that's pretty sick. I like that.
I think you're going to like it more than you think. Hey, Max.
Packers are taking Levis next. I got a Van Ness. I got a JSN. Wait, it's a trade down? Is it actually? Oh, good. Zach is still here. Nice. It is a trade down? This is real? Is it Tampa Bay?
Figure that one out.
I'm looking. Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen that yet either. Anymore.
Oh, my gosh. I lost my mind for a second. There's a account that's obviously Wisconsin-based that goes, wow, surprising pick. And I didn't read it long enough until I said, oh, wow, Jahmyr Gibbs. I was like, okay, I almost lost it. Okay.
Will Levis to the Green Bay Packers.
That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not a funny time. I'm not having a good time here.
I'm not having. Mom. So that rotation in Detroit looks really odd to me now. Like, it's very good.
Yeah. No, I think it's really cool that they're building like a really explosive, talented like room. Oh, we're wanting them to trade. I got you. Okay. I mean, I'll be honest. I'd pick Christian Gonzalez here. Oh no.
I can't believe he's still there.
I've seen it.
I'm seriously almost in disbelief that two running backs are off the board. I'm not, but I am.
I've seen the pick. I'm pretty iffy on this one, folks. I'm going to be honest. I don't love this. So Jackson Smith and Jigba will not be a Packer, folks. That much is very clear. He might be a Patriot here the next pick. So I've seen it. I question why the trade up was needed for this from the pick swap anyway was needed, because honestly, like, I don't think he's worth making the pick swap for, like, at all. Personally, I think, but again, this is very Packers. Everybody thought this was going to be the case. Like, Mitch nailed it. It is Lucas Van Ness, edge rusher, Iowa.
Oh, okay.
So that is indeed what the pick is.
That's a
It's fine. I don't love it, honestly. Like, I will say though, I think I like it a little bit more than Myles Murphy, because I feel like Myles Murphy should have figured things out by now as a pass rusher, and he just hasn't. Like, Van Ness is still like a ball of clay. Murphy still feels like somebody who should have figured it out by now. I would have not liked that more. Van Ness, I get why they're doing this, because they believe that the Gary Van Ness duo long-term will be unbelievably productive, and they'll have Enagbare in the back pocket as the 3. I will say, for folks who are going to be mad about the pick, I would just hold on. 42 and 78 could be used still for Green Bay to come up tonight at the end of the first round. Now, it probably won't be for JSN because it'll be off the board by then. I think Seattle's going to pick JSN now. That's my guess at the moment. Van Ness with this pick, I will say, I will say, I like Will McDonald more than Van Ness. But the problem is, Will McDonald is sub 240. Green Bay is not going to take sub 240 edge rushers. They don't do that. Look at the edge rushers they take. Gary came in at 277. He's probably dropped a little bit of weight since then. And Egbari's over 260. Right? They like the big boys. They like the big boys at edge. Tyler comes in here and says, LMFAO 2 years in a row for a pick, buddy. Does it 2 years in a row. He came in for Quay Walker last year. The frustration is rising, bro. It's not a tackle or JSN. The Jets are going to take JSN now.
That's incredible.
I'm angry. The Jets are going to take JSN, folks. Just get out of here. Okay. All right. Let's bring it back in. All right. We're having a good time. The draft is fun. All right. Everybody hates Goot. Go Hawks. Matt, how you doing? Appreciate you being here. Yes. The Hawks, I will say, could have 2 first-rounders. There's been really late buzz on Sam Laporta potentially being a first-round pick. If it is indeed the guy, it might be Cincinnati. Yeah. Old habits die hard. This is what they do. It's what they do. They do need edge now and later. I think the underrated thing about this, Mitch, and I think you'll be in agreement here, Nate, as well. Gary's hurt. ACL.
Yeah. He's
not playing to start the year. So, that's how it goes. It's very. Oh, I got to pull up the graphic on this. Jeez.
Ooh, excuse me.
Jeez. For the people who like dark mode on Twitter and who did not like the orange graphic for Richardson, this is going to be really nice. You're going to enjoy this one. This is nice.
That's
nice.
That's
really
fair.
nice and easing on the screen for you. I didn't want to go yellow.
Fan of that one.
Yellow with black writing would have been wild.
That would hurt.
Exciting draft for sure. I agree. Welcome to there's still defense. They refuse to draft offense. Refuse. But for those who were here at the top of the show, I did mention Van Ness on the short list. So take a point off of the error board. We're down to 1. Okay. So let's talk about Van Ness. A raw pass rusher with upside. Obviously has the nickname Hercules. He's 6'5", 272. Just remember this for future years, folks. Circle those numbers up there. That's the type of pass rusher they're looking at all the time. Athleticism was off the charts. Speed to power technique is good at times when he can. Oh, stupid Mike. When he can really unlock the hips. Did the thing do it? Did the God's sakes, this mic is so dumb. Oh, it did do that. This happens once a draft, Nate.
Well, we were due for it.
Yep. Okay, is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. Speed to power technique is good at times where he can really unlock the hips and really explode low to high, generate a ton of force at contact, but nothing else in the toolbox. I think right now he needs to work on setting a strong edge, locking out, good extension. The technique needs to improve, but he's going to be able to rush interior, rush on the outside. And again, he is the long-term edge 2 for Green Bay for sure. That's what it is. I'm excited. This is good because I'm hoping, Nate, the Packers pick players I didn't break down on the channel already. I want new guys. I wanted to make sure it was new guys across the board. Blood. So this is good. I think I've got at least 3-4 games of his, so this will be a fun breakdown. I might even get this done out by Saturday for you guys because I'm excited. That is what it is.
Sorry, I was checking
You're good.
Feed.
So the Patriots, they pick Gonzalez. They should.
Better. It's certainly uncomfortable for my eyes, but turn my nightlight on just to make the so my screen's orange, but it looks good on the broadcast. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the Steelers just moved up. They're gonna snipe Broderick.
Where's Tyler?
They're gonna snipe Broderick, folks. If I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Patriots took 17 and 120.
So, the Patriots are kind of dumb. Yes, so Mitch, he knocked Skoronski on his butt. He also knocked Paris Johnson into CJ Stroud. Like, if he can really truly unlock everything as a pass rusher, he's going to be a problem. Like, I for folks who ranked him highly, I get it. For me, he was a second-round player. But this is perfect, guys, because this is exactly what I said about Gary. Second-round player. So you know what that means. Man, that's going to be outstanding. It's going to be outstanding. But Nate, the Patriots are kind of dumb, no? They had Smith and Jigba and Gonzalez on the board. They traded down.
Yeah.
Must mean they're going to get one. They think they can get one then.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to feel pretty comfortable if they're doing that. It's just one of the – is it a false sense of confidence? Because it seems unlikely, right?
Well, no, because the Jets could take Smith and Jigba and the Commanders could definitely take Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you said you had the details. What was it?
Oh, I lost it.
Let's see if I
find
can
it
find
again.
it.
It was 17 and 120 for 14.
Oh, wow. They just gave up 120. Pittsburgh then still has 32. They still have 49. They still have 81. Or not 80. 81. 80? 80. 80. Detroit has 81. So I thought this might be the pick for the Packers. It was a possibility. But they literally, Steelers did this to the Jets. Oh, we love that, don't we? Yeah. So wait, what? There we go. So Steelers have selected Broderick Jones, tackle from Georgia. I think, I think that Pittsburgh is finally doing the right thing. I think Mason and I, who do the Packernet podcast, like draft podcast, Nate, I think we absolutely eviscerated Pittsburgh last year with draft grades. They didn't draft offensive line at all, and look what happened. Najee did not play well efficiency wise last year. Pickett was running around. They needed to make a change. They did it. They get Sayamalo to play guard, and now they're going to get Broderick Jones, who may not start this year potentially, but is going to be the long-term guy at tackle, which is a really nice job by Pittsburgh, knowing, okay, we'll see how the tackle slide goes. We're not going to move up to like 9 or 8. We're not going to give up all this stuff. We don't value the tackle class that highly. We'll just kind of take our time. Take our time. Go into the Around the 4 and 2 stream, Nate, and say we love that. We love that selection. We love that for you. Thanks for sniping the Jets. Do that. That's a good one.
I had to find theirs.
Thanks for sniping the Jets.
There
they appreciate you, dog.
Have you seen what Tyler Weeks is wearing? Oh my God, Smitty has a cowboy hat on.
Yeah, Smitty's cosplaying as Mid Kuiper for the entire stream. He said.
Oh my God.
So big.
Oh hell no. I'll be right back.
Big ups. Okay, Nate. Oh, Nate's going to get a cowboy hat as well. Okay, so while Nate's gone, we'll go quick over the Broderick Jones pick. I know the Jets will be on the clock momentarily and probably select Jackson Smith and Jigba, so stay tuned for that. Broderick Jones, 6'5" and 3/8, 311, 95th percentile athlete, tremendous athletic testing numbers for him. We thought that was going to be the case, right? We thought of all the Georgia guys, maybe not named Nolan Smith with that 4.39, but Broderick Jones came out and tested like the Davis, like the Wyatt at the position. Devastating run blocker in space. When he can hit those second, third level landmarks, when they're running tunnel screens, right? When they're getting him out in space, he is just leveling guys. Corners are praying. They're praying when they see this guy coming at them. And then he has no mercy. He has no mercy. So I will say though, the balance issues are a little bit tougher in the run game for him when he's firing off the ball. He has some kind of Evan Neal vibes a little bit where you saw him on the ground a little bit. Isaiah McGuire, the edge rusher, Missouri, got him a lot. McGuire might be a round 3 guy. But again, athleticism, hit the landmarks, finish while staying composed. That's important for him. Obviously, the recovery, footwork, and quicks, a lot like Paris Johnson. That's all there as well. He finds a way to anchor without like dropping the hips, without getting ankle flexion, without locking out with his arms. He finds a way to do it. It's not going to work in the league, but he finds a way to do it. So that's important. He's going to have to work on that technique wise. like I said, out over skis. The hands are far too wide. They're wider than Paris Johnson's. Johnson's got better over the season. Jones's did not. And so that's going to be an important point for him going forward. So again, I like this for the Steelers. They're doing the right thing. The process is really good for them. Yeah, no, Michael, that's a good point. A lot of teams do deploy a lot of edges. Again, Green Bay is going to have to kind of use Van Ness pretty early because of Gary's injury. So, and I think in 2024, you're looking at Gary, Van Ness, and Enigbari, which is really nice. Mitch, I'm going to be honest. I'm not on board with this at all. Jalen Hyatt feels like a low target guy to me, but the best friend to me isn't always the guy who you may have to make 60-yard passes to. But hey, everybody's got their takes, and Mitch standing by it. There's some people, a very select few of Hyatt as the top guy, but to me, release, route running, everything matters so much. Explosiveness definitely matters, but release and route running are king.
I couldn't let this stand.
Yeah, I know. Nate's a Texas guy. He needs to be in here. Nate, you didn't have the cowboy hat on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What is happening? Oh man. This is next level here. When they watch this back, they're gonna go nuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna tweet at him right now.
You should. So the Jets are on, right? Is it gonna be? I haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, it's going to be, again, the Packers front seven. It's a big bet, right? They're going to have Walker. They're going to have Campbell. They're going to have Wyatt. They're going to have Clark. They're going to have Van Ness. They're going to have Gary, right? They're hoping that this front absolutely devastates folks going forward. So I think that means a lot for Packers fans that tomorrow's going to be heavy tight end wide receiver. They're going to look at that. Maybe not as much wide receiver. I would rather double down at tight end than taking any receiver not named JSN personally. Especially ones that fit the thresholds that Green Bay likes. That obviously Hyatt is not included in that because he's a toothpick at the position. But we'll see. Jets are on. What do we think? Are the Jets going to take Smith and Jigba? Are they going to take Kalijah Cansey here? Are they going to take Miles Murphy, perhaps? That's a possibility, I would say. What do y'all think about this for the Jets here? Oh, yeah, Nate just showed that the Jets fans are going nuts. One of the Jets fans has Hulk gloves on.
Love that.
Those are he borrowed those from Quinnen Williams. Those are actually no. Those are replicas of Quinnen Williams' actual hands. How he can devastate people at the point of attack. That's real.
Hulk smash. So is it true that the mayonnaise coffee thing is the reason that Will Levis is still sitting there? Because I think so.
Yeah. Hyatt is more of a speed guy, but I do think Hyatt is also a guy who can work on the vertical plane pretty well. I like what I've seen with the deep curls. Not much comebacks from him. Those require a little more technicality that he doesn't have. But like the curls, hook routes, that kind of thing, he's going to thrive on that because everybody's terrified of getting beat by him. So he's going to give you those type of bucket throws. Vertical plane guys, I don't love just vertical plane guys personally, but it's what it is. I know there were some people who mocked the Jets' Skoronski, Nate, that thought that he could fall. So maybe Torrance is. Will Levis is unhinged for doing that. Someone I thought said that was like just a thing to kind of drum up some interest in him. Like he doesn't actually do that, but he just does it for the cameras.
It's a thing. I know people do it, and I hate it.
Oh yeah, because I mean Portillo's with their,
Okay, that's different. That's
with the shake.
Another
right?
argument for another time.
But it's
This hat is actually just in respect for Bijan Robinson.
I like it. That's what it should be. And you know what? Let's
Spoon.
For Spoon. Okay. For Spoon. We're gonna keep it nice and close. Yeah, I think so. We haven't seen it. Did the Packers give the Jets some juju to take, some of that juju of no first round receiver to take like Miles Murphy? Yo, you know what is going to piss me off? This will piss me off if it's Will McDonald, because McDonald's better than Van Ness. They took the better edge rusher 2 picks late. Did they do that? Is that what you're nodding your head?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but I would not be shocked, to say the least.
Boy, this is taking a while.
This draft, when we were at an hour, we were through 8 picks. It was on record at the time to be the longest draft.
Last year it was flying. Last year we were at like 348, I want to say, and it was done.
Yeah, I think they lost a lot of money last year because of how efficiently it was run.
Nate, I sent you something that somebody put out there athletic testing wise, and it's really dumb, and I don't like it. We need to stop ourselves. Someone posted some athletic comps between Bosa and Van Ness, which is just hilarious. And
that's not good. Don't do that.
Knock it off.
Look at that freaking bench differential. Dear Lord.
I know.
That's insane.
I know.
That's borderline offensive to do that, but that's okay.
What did I just say? What did I say 45 seconds ago, Nate?
That was going to happen.
What did I say? What did I say?
Sometimes you got to stop calling the things you don't want to happen and manifest things you want to happen. We got to change
I absolutely love this for the Jets.
Yeah, this is a great pick.
I freaking love this for the Jets. It's not Smith and Jigba, folks. Now I'm truly on board with the idea he's going to New England or Seattle.
I think New England is a great fit.
I think that's what's gonna happen. My thing with New England though is like you paid Juju. Like I know Smith and Jigba's going to be a little bit more than that, but like the roles feel different. You should be getting your Zay Flowers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
personally, that's okay. So
bring back Nikhil.
I literally said, "Oh hey, the Jets would select the guy from the same state as Van Ness because he's better." Lo and behold, the Jets have selected Will McDonald as Iowa State. Freaking love this pick, man. He is my edge too. I know it's spicy, but it might be correct. Might be incorrect though. I will say, Nate, my edge 3 is still on the board as well. He's not been picked tonight.
Really?
Yes. Shouldn't be too crazy, I don't think. A lot of people like the guy. Oh, his name's in the comments. His name's in the comments there.
That seems appropriate, yeah.
Yeah, I like Nolan Smith a lot too. So
yeah. Those Georgia rushers, man.
Yeah, those Georgia rushers.
Level.
Nolan Smith is really good.
Different level.
Okay.
Nolan Smith is a big time leader too.
Yeah, he is.
He's total awesome. Locker room guy.
He's awesome. I would go to war with that dude. Okay, so we'll talk about it. Yeah. I'm just gonna stop talking about what I think is not is.
Sometimes you speak things into existence.
Yeah, this is so not Raven, bro. I can't. Okay. Yeah, Will McDonald, 6'3" and 5'8", 239. So obviously really undersized, right? When you're talking about, some teams like these big rushers, other teams, they sit in 3-4. They're a lot, they get these guys who are a little more wide aligned who can get, up and win the corner. I think Will McDonald is tremendous. I can't believe we hadn't talked about him a lot sooner, especially everybody's like, wow, this edge class is so phenomenal. Like there's so many good players. And it's like, nobody was mentioning him. This is not a reach.
No.
I guarantee you right now, if you go to NFL Network, if you go to ESPN, they're going to say that. Someone will at least. They'll be like, oh, wow, they took Will McDonald like that early? That early. Okay. Explosive, flexible edge rusher. Threaten the outside track. Win with some bend. Dip around. Reduce surface area. Flatten his path to the quarterback and win doing so. Impressive arsenal of moves. Okay. This is, dip and rip, right? Get that chop, the cross chop in there. Use some double hand swipe at contact. His inside spin is dominant, people. He did it thrice against Oklahoma, against a guy who probably is going to go tonight, Nanton Harrison, and then the other guy, Wanya Morris. He was dominating that game left and right. And by the way, Nate, just like Will Anderson, Will McDonald played a ton of 4-eye and a ton of time over the tackle because Iowa State sits in 3-3-5 where they couldn't let him have the runway. Guess who's going to let him have the runway? A lot. The Jets are.
100%.
The Jets are going to let him have the runway. And that's the other thing. I think he's a better run defender than advertised. People call him the one-trick pony. He's not. He's not a one-trick pony. His ability to sit and leverage, stay low with his length, the amount of power he can generate, and how much he can anchor against the run game is really good. This is a really good player. And it's really funny. I'm going to mention them both. My sister and her boyfriend, who was in here earlier, talked about the Hawkeyes. Sister went to Iowa State. He goes to Iowa. Very funny. That rivalry has now manifested itself within the Aaron Rodgers rivalry between the Packers and Jets. You love to see it. So who will be better? We shall see. McDonald or Van Ness. Going to be fun. Going to be a good time. Patriots are on the clock. They need a lot of things, Nate. Corner, tackle, receiver, Brian Branch. They could take. I would select Brian Branch.
Oh, I just now saw Washington's pick.
Oh wait, yeah, the Patriots aren't on the clock. I'm a dummy. That's not true.
Next.
So Hawks by Millie. Yes, but it's interesting to see. Yeah, one's bigger. That's dope. That's sick. I love that. Quentin Johnson's also bigger than Jackson Smith and Jigba. Who's better? Just saying. One understands how to rush the passer right now. The other does not. And it's fair. I mean, Will McDonald's 24 and Van Ness is still a very young player. That's the other thing. Packers are going young. So again, Will McDonald is definitely the better pass rusher right now. Will he be in 3 years? I don't know. But I do think McDonald is really technically refined. And at this point in time, if I were a contender, I would 100% be picking McDonald over Van Ness. But the Packers have time, right? They don't think they're contending next year, so they don't need to pick
right.
that. The Commanders picked it should have been in 5 seconds. No, they didn't. They took him over. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, Jeremiah was on this. Kuiper was on this. So, Jets fan now. Oh, yeah, that's right, because Breece Hall's on the Jets, too. That's right.
In Iowa State.
That's right. They're Iowa State factory over
Jersey. It's casual. Casual pipeline.
It's very true. Again, they win in different ways. Will McDonald's inside spin, though. If you haven't seen it, for those who love Will McDonald videos on the channel right now. It's on the channel right now. I expect the Jets fans to come in and blow it up. Do it. Okay, yeah. So Commanders, let's do this. Unbelievable.
E-man.
Unbelievable. Well, again, if you were doing like a mock draft contest, I'm going to say this. If you were doing one and you didn't have this guy in the first, you were missing out on free points because this was literally talked about over the last 4 or 5 days that he was going in the first. Very much so. So the Commanders, this is very strange, Nate. The Christian Gonzalez fault. He is exceptional athlete, tall, long, fast, fluid, ball skills, tackler, everything. The Commanders selected Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback, Mississippi State here. So,
yeah, I've definitely got some questions as far as what is going on in that realm.
This is a different. I know one of the guys that I talked to some about. He's obviously Commanders guy and a draft guy that offers a lot of takes a little bit, and he goes, if it's Forbes tonight, I'm pouring out the whole bottle. And it's got to be even worse that it's Forbes over Gonzalez. You let look at this. The Patriots are going to get either of them. Still, good job, Bill.
Bill is a masterclass, but we already knew that, I guess.
Everybody forgot because they took Cole Strange.
Yeah,
and then also Tyquan Thornton. That's the thing. That's right, Nate. They can't. If the Patriots take Smith and Jigba, he's bad. He's a bust.
Yeah, that's true. Patriots
crap. They can't take him. If they take him, he's not. He's busting. He's going to be a bust. What are verbs?
If the whole Shiving family is rooting for the Jets when the Packers are down, I'm jumping on the Jets bandwagon too.
I mean, it's hard not to. A lot of my guys.
By Bijan.
So let's talk Emmanuel Forbes, then Michael, I will get to that for sure. Okay, yeah. So Emmanuel Forbes. So why this might be shocking, perhaps, is if you look at the weight, that might be the first indication of like what's going on here, right? Emmanuel Forbes is 6 foot, just over 6'0" 3/4, 166 pounds. This is officially the lightest corner to go this high. Has to be. Still tested really well though, well rounded. The 4.35 40 has to be intriguing to Washington and to a lot of teams. I think the instincts are tremendous, great eyes. The closing speed is obviously the trump card a lot when he's transitioning back downhill from zone, or if he's running with guys vertically, keeping with guys on the crossers, right in man coverage. Transitional quicks, like I said, the recovery speed's the calling card. Can he hold up at 166 against NFL level talent?
Yeah,
that's going to be the question, because you could say, oh, well, you just put him in the slot, right? It's like, why wouldn't you just draft Branch? Right. And also they have Kendall Fuller.
Yeah.
So like you're not drafting. We got multiple slots. It's like, no. So very, very strange. I mean, no. I mean, Forbes will tackle.
Mm-hmm.
It's
literally
his
mentality. He is kind of an aggressive corner.
He's got great ball skills too. I don't know why that's not on here as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Unless opportunistic playmaker. That's why. Yeah. And that is partially part of that is the ball skills for him. So he is. I like the player a lot. It's just it hurt me when I was putting rankings together that he comes in 166. Now that's not the end all be all, but like that is tiny, folks. Like we're nearing like Tank Dell.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and bump him up. Maybe put on. At least get into that 175 ballpark, sacrifice a little bit of that 40 speed. I mean, he's got some to shave. So
yeah, my question is like, why hadn't he done that in an SEC school? Like, I get it if he's like out west of the Pac-12 where they like might not be into, like if he was like, oh, I went to Oregon State and I played corner at 166. I'm like, oh, okay. Like an SEC weight room seems like very strange to me that he wouldn't be able to do that, but it is what it is. Michael says I'm bumming him out. I apologize. Like I said, I just didn't have him ranked that highly, and like again, I could be very wrong. Chris Sims could be right, but Chris Sims did have Will Anderson at 5, which I don't know. Like that's to me that's silly prospect fatigue rankings to where like everybody's putting out their rankings. I would like you to notice mine. Otherwise, like I get it having Van Ness that high. Like it's a lot of traits based potential swing, right? It's not going to be high impact right away. This is very Gary-esque. Like I said it when it was. I'm like, I didn't grade him very highly, so he's probably going to be as good as Gary. That's just how it goes.
Got Gonzalez to the Pats and Red Panda on the Pat McAfee show at the moment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Mitch, I agree. I agree with this. This is a very fair assessment of me. I think I'm as different. For me, the projection aspect is I think the toughest part of this. But yeah, I think it is. They're not drafting for right now, and that was very clear. And I think it's even if Love is good, it doesn't really matter. Like they could still not make the playoffs. Like this is again, they had Rodgers last year with a lot of the same guys, and they didn't make the playoffs. Like it could happen. Like I agree that this is 100% correct from Mitch. That is for next year. It is. And yeah, it is Gonzalez to the Pats, by the way. Bill Belichick is back, folks. He's going to let you know that we back up here.
Yeah.
Because this is a 6th selection here. This is my 4th overall player, Christian Gonzalez. To me, like this is legitimately, if he doesn't pan out, oh well, the process was phenomenal. Like this is, like I said, a top athlete of the position, great size, great speed, great cover skills, coverage versatility. Like I'm going to get into it, but like this is when Bill's at his best. Let Bill take defense and figure out offense and free agency. That's what he needs to do, and it's just the truth. Just the truth. Like Yeah, I think this is also true. I do think Levis is going to fall to the Vikings at 23 unless Seattle takes him at 20. So I do think that's also a possibility. So yeah, Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, Oregon, 6'1" and 3/8, 197. Again, 995 RAS. This guy is top of the top in terms of athletes that play corner, right? He's run track. His family has, an Olympic athlete on it. They're a family of athletes. His sister was definitely in the Olympics. Pretty sure. I don't remember. It was definitely in a track event, maybe a relay. Like I said, great size, speed at corner. He can be a press man guy. He can be in soft press because he's so fluid to transition into turning vertically, transitioning back downhill, right zone coverage, good eyes, incredible leaping ability to challenge the catch point. And again, this is borderline malpractice for the NFL to let Bill Belichick get a player like this in his building.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a tremendous player. There's really not much I can say that's not on the graphic. And again, if he doesn't pan out, which again, we're talking about this 31 guys tonight, what 11, 12 going to be really, really good. The other 20 are going to be average or out of the league.
Below.
If Gonzalez is one of those guys, one of those 20 to 21, the process was good. So, oh yeah, the Lions are up. What are we going to do?
Gonzalez's sister is a hurdler, by the way.
Hurdler. Okay.
Yeah, she's a 400-meter hurdler. So talk about freaking athleticism.
That's insane. Those people who do 400 and hurdles, they don't get enough credit. Those people are
that's insane.
Peak athletes.
I can't do a 4 in hurdles.
Levis the Vikes, Lions going Kincaid. That's the other thing. If Packers didn't get Kincaid either, which stinks. But again, of course, I do think the analysts, even the ones in the know, are very hit or miss with the Packers in their picking. I know DJ and Mayock both hit Alexander in 2018, which was solid for them. I know, obviously, I think DJ got Walker correct as well last year. So it's pretty hit or miss, it seems like the Packers, but I don't think anybody is shocked that this was the selection. I'm not shocked necessarily. I'm a little disappointed because I want to see as much as we can out of a Jordan Love developmental year. Do we have the Lions selection at all?
I haven't seen any. Oh, wait. Yeah, I have. The other side of the rivalry.
I've mocked this before. So, yeah, Michael, Chris Sims changes his rankings, and we know this. We've literally seen proof of him.
Literally all
rankings.
the time.
He's always changed his rankings. So, and I don't claim to be good, by the way. I've never said that. So,
he's good though.
Sims literally changed his 2021 quarterback rankings 3 times because he didn't want to get caught for Kellen Mond QB1 takes. That's all I'm going to say about Sims.
Tough scenes.
If I were picking an analyst to listen to, Dane Brugler is the guy. Pretty much over anybody else.
Mid Kuiper
is great.
Mid Kuiper is my guy.
Yeah. That's who I would look at. I would look at Brugler, just saying. So
Jack Campbell.
Yeah, Jack Campbell's the pick for the Lions here, and somebody we thought maybe the Lions would be interested in. A little bit down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luck is winner for sure.
People are going to be pretty upset about this. Don't got one.
This seems a little 18. Early.
Yep.
Anyway.
It got me. Pick 18 this year.
That's who I should have guessed.
No dice. But I think there's a lot to like with Jack Campbell. He's LB1. I know people want to, and again, it's the same type of thing, whether you're grading now or you're grading in the future. Drew Sanders is I'm betting him being good in year 3. He is nowhere close. I thought he was a decent bit away. Watched him. Oh my gosh. Taking him in the first is wild to me. But yeah, Campbell to me, big guy. I'm going to pull up the RAS since I don't have the graphic. Would have won you. This would have been a giveaway. Somebody guessed this one. Thought he was going to potentially go to the Bills. We said it at 27.
This one is interesting to me. In kind of a league where linebackers seem to be getting smaller, Campbell's kind of more of a throwback build. That second level downhill kind of punisher.
Yes.
It's interesting to see how he performs in the pass. I like his fit for the run. But honestly, in this kind of defensive setup, I don't hate it. It seems to fit with what they have going on. But
yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, they needed a big guy. They didn't have the Malcolm Rodriguez was like the kind of run and chase, weak side linebacker, never going to be the true Mike. This is a true Mike linebacker at the position. Like Nate said, this is a throwback to traditional. He's 6'4" and 5'8". He's 249. That's a big guy where we talk a lot about linebackers these days being in the 230s. Nah, Jack Campbell is
Big.
much bigger than that and plays tremendous in the confined space between the tackles. He's always in his run fit. He can sit and leverage in said run fit. He's powerful. He's shedding blocks, right? He's playing with good range, but I'm not sorry. I don't mean to trash Sims. I'm just saying like he has done that before, and Sims, like everybody else, is going to have major hits because he, I can't imagine he's not doing at least some work on this, right? So, yep, this. Oh yeah, I remember this as well. He had Pierce really high, and then he suddenly did not, and he didn't like the Ohio State guys. Yeah,
Zach's
that's okay. But
Dan Campbell comment above that one is biblical truth. He is one of the more interesting guys.
I love him.
Seeing him in Mobile was truly a renaissance.
I love him. Yeah, he's awesome. He is really good.
No.
But yeah, Campbell, like I said, he's a tremendous downhill player, but I think he also has really good zone awareness, passing off guys, passing off the crossers, getting into good depth with a spot drop. I don't think he's like the athlete that he tested like, right? He's like 9.98 in the RAS.
Right.
The explosion being elite, right? Running the 4.65. 4.65 kind of tracks. But like I didn't see this. I didn't see Avengers level threat here. When he tested that didn't seem like that was the thing to me, but I do think Campbell is the best linebacker in the class. So if the Lions wanted him, they needed to probably take him this early. Because like we said, the Bills were poking around a little bit for sure at that position.
It's funny because before this, I had just seen a tweet that was like a package the Bills could send up to take Campbell, because I was like, that makes no sense. Why would they do that now? He'll be there. Nope.
Yeah. Nope, he won't be there.
He sure won't.
Very quick. Oh my gosh, dude. The Dan Campbell is paying homage to Sonny Weaver Jr. He took a linebacker and a running back.
Yeah,
the living embodiment of draft day.
Impressive.
We have our comp.
That one's going to stick forever now.
I'm going to tweet that.
Wow. 1.8% chance Will Levis would be available at 18.
Yeah,
I don't know that I buy that.
I don't either, because the mocks were not on that at all.
No,
and the books were certainly not on it.
You're telling me 1 out of every 100 times he doesn't go in the bottom 14? I don't buy that. No, I don't, because like I said, the books, which again, the books are people betting on what they think, but like the mocks and the insiders were all saying like Colts at 4 or Titans trade up or Texans trade up. Like there was no talk about this type of fall until about maybe, what if he falls and he's a pawn like about, I don't know, 18 hours ago. Right.
So this is very strange, but.
The Bucks picked Kalijah Cansey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Pitt. If you ain't Pitt, you ain't a Buccaneer.
We got a graphic for this guy. No. We got a graphic for this one.
Couldn't go 2 for 2.
No, but if Drew Sanders gets picked, it's going to be 2. So this is interesting because I thought Nolan Smith would be off by now.
Yeah.
That's a little shocking to me.
Talk about a high motor.
I like this. Bucks take Cansey. He kind of is. Mitch, it is a tremendously tough eval because you have to weigh everything from 2021. Play caller was different, and in the NFL, how much is Wan'Dale Robinson moving the meter for you? As like, oh man, he had Wan'Dale Robinson. I don't know if that moves me that much. I think the freshmen, Nate, you maybe could speak to this. The freshman receivers that they recruited at Kentucky are pretty good. Like Barry and Brown, some of these dudes are pretty good players.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah, Kentucky is actually recruiting very well. They also just brought in Donovan Leary. Devin Leary?
Oh,
Which
did
one
they
is
really? No, it's
the
Donovan.
Illinois?
Devin Leary was a QB from like NC State, I think.
Yeah, Devin Leary transferred to
Donovan.
Kentucky.
Oh yeah, that's what he did.
So yeah, I mean they are really kind of on the come up in regard to that, and that's going to be a good offense. So yeah,
the offensive line did obviously get worse, right? They lost Kennard, they lost Fortner. That definitely led to it. But like, there are just times where I feel like he has just no pocket awareness, and like he does a lot of the small things, the routine things well, but then again, pocket awareness, some accuracy mishaps. He just doesn't have the upside that Richardson does. Richardson 3 years younger, and he can run too. Like that's the thing, and like Richardson throws with anticipation, and I don't feel like Levis does as much.
I really like
this is possible, Max.
Kalijah Kancey pick. Now that I'm kind of looking at it.
Yeah, let's talk about Kalijah Kancey.
I like this. I would give this at worst a B pick for the Bucs. I like this. He's a spark plug, high motor kind of guy. A lot of gap penetration. Watch him run over people. I mean, granted, you got to think he played at Pitt, so competition wasn't the biggest, but
he ate Tennessee for lunch.
Yeah, he destroyed Tennessee.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
competition. I don't think is it's 30 and 5/8 inch arms. That is the T, folks. If he can figure out how to navigate that, then we're fine. Because like quicks, change of direction, explosiveness, the twitch he has, the rush moves he has, how low he can play, how much power he can generate in such a short space. Dude is a nightmare. And Nate, this is what's perfect. Remember we talked. Who could hide Kalijah Kancey? Vita Vea.
Yep. That's what I was going to say is this fit works.
Yep. Yes, it does. He hides it perfectly. And that's exactly what they needed. I mean, the Bucs, I think, could have gone a lot of ways, right? They could have taken Anton Harrison and they didn't. That's kind of shocking a little bit to me. They could have maybe gone the Miles Murphy route of things. Nolan Smith was often a very popular selection until he started to be like, oh, he's creeping higher and higher in the media's eyes, right, as they were getting more info. I like it. Someone was going to have to take him. We thought about this range. Maybe Detroit and Seattle were in that conversation as well, but I like it.
I like it. I think it's interesting, and it's a good place for him to be able to succeed. Because if he is going to be an outlier, like you said, it is going to be hidden by somebody like Vita Vea, in that he's going to be able to disrupt. And it's interesting. Good rush moves can take you a long way in the NFL. So we'll see if he can overcome that length, which I'm going to give him a pretty good shout at it, honestly, in that defense.
I'm wondering if he can play any 5-tech. That's going to be interesting to see where Bowles puts him. That's going to be the most, I think, fun part of the projection and a fun part of watching him this year is where he's going to play. If he's going to move around, if you're going to get him, if you're keeping him at 3, okay. But if you're going to move him to like 4I, you're going to get him to 5-tech, like see if he can rush over the tackle a little bit. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. If Seattle's picks in, it's JSN.
I have not seen it yet.
I'm going to call it right now that it's JSN.
That's so crazy. 0 wide receivers, 0 tight ends, 2 halfbacks off the board.
Yeah, what is this? I mean, we knew. I think, to be fair, the running back class is better than the receiver class, but no tight ends is kind of shocking. I think the Chargers are going to be the first ones. I think they're going to kick it off, and I know Chargers fans hate that. They hate it. They hate that they're going to be the first to do this. But I do agree. Someone just tweeted this from Packer Report. Like, if JSN, Kincaid, and Mayer are all still here, like, Green Bay's got extra picks on day 2. I would not give up 42 and 45. But if you can find a way to get 42 and 78 to trade back in here and get one of these guys, I could see that happening.
Man, I'm still pretty jazzed about that Colts pick. I'm excited for them.
Oh, yes.
Matt Ryan to Anthony Richardson has to be the biggest, not talent, but physical talent upgrade in the NFL draft in a long time.
It's a pretty good glow up, I got to say.
If most people probably don't know this, but I grew up a Colts fan before I was a Saints fan because of proximity. Only until I was like 6, but yeah, I'd met Peyton Manning at a super young age and done all that on my first like sports announcers camp. Met Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison Jr. That was quite the day for little Nate, but couldn't beat the family history of the Saints. So
it's fair.
Super jazzed for that one.
Yeah, that's
hopefully the Saints can make me feel just the same. Probably not though.
The Colts shouldn't be hesitating here. They need to be calling back into the first from 35.
Yeah.
Anton Harrison's still here. I don't buy Bernard Ryman one bit. Come back and get a left tackle. ASAP. Let's make this thing hum. Matty Icelander. Oh, listen, it's 2022 Matty Icelander. Let's say. Not peak Matty Ice slander. Now, Nate might slander Matty Ice, but just to
okay. Here's my thing. I loved Matty Ice before he was a Colt. Really was excited about that pickup. Really thought that was a good move for them. Didn't turn out to be that good of a move for them. However, I don't think I can slander him because I honestly never thought it would be a bad move. And I never really disliked him, even when he was playing the Saints. I thought he was going to be on the Saints after that offseason, to tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you can attest to that, Jake. I think we talked about it at the time, where we were like, when Matt Ryan is a free agent, he takes over for Drew Brees. It just makes sense.
Yeah, there was. Yep.
And that
was
happen.
True. Did not. No. No. Okay.
Devin Witherspoon had a chain on that said Spoon Island with a palm tree.
Oh yeah, baby.
That's
yeah,
sick.
baby. That jersey's on its way, folks. Let me tell you.
Zach, I'll be in touch. I might need some Derek Carr therapy.
So Nate, here's a fun little nugget here. 42 and 78. Where does it get you? 29 New Orleans Saints if the trade value chart holds.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, no, they did it. No, I said they were doing it. I called. I said he was going here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said he was going here. And this isn't shocking one bit. The Seattle Seahawks have indeed selected Jackson Smith and Jigba. This fit is so good. The Seahawks are really good. They're picking the right players for 2 years in a row.
Hell of a job.
Seattle. Seattle got competent drafting again, and I don't know how to feel about it. I'm tweeting that, by the way.
Yeah, I don't really approve, but at the same time, if Spoon is there, I might have to start approving. I just hate Pete Carroll. Anywho, another 5-star recruit.
Wait. What?
Big Ten record holder.
Hold on a minute. I'm getting an audible call here from an account that always tweets these. Hold up.
I don't know. I saw a couple.
Also, the tweet that I sent doesn't matter because if it's this other player, it's still a really good pick. So I've seen JSN and Nolan Smith now. So I don't know which it is.
Oh, now I'm seeing people from other teams saying they want JSN. I don't think he went. Did we get a last second audible?
No, Ari tweeted it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Albert Breer tweeted it.
Yeah, NFL Draft Diamonds took an L. Just took a big one right there.
Yikers!
Took a big one in the pick tipping sphere. Yeah, no, this is correct. Okay, we're running with it.
Okay, that's what I was about to say. That's weird.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I was like, oh, everybody's tweeting it, and then I saw Nolan Smith from an account that always does this. That was weird.
Right.
Sorry, chat. We had to double check there. It is indeed JSN to Seattle, and then this is tremendous because
Texas boy.
This is exactly how Seattle should be handling it here. They didn't take Will Levis, funny enough. Mm-hmm. What they did do is they have the Tyler Lockett insurance policy now, but also have the immediate slot contributor now. Help Geno get those short and intermediate buckets that he doesn't often like taking because he has the 2 deep threats on the team. He's his best friend in the middle of the field now. There's no doubt about it. Seattle, you are a competent drafting franchise again.
You are. You are not the weakest link.
Yes, you were the you were the weakest link. Somehow Schneider has pulled them out of the pit, a la Dark Knight Rises.
Speaking of athletic families, can you guess or do you know the connection of Jackson Smith and Jigba to another famous not famous athlete, but decently well-known athlete?
Shoot, I knew this and I've forgotten, and I know I've seen it. I know his brother plays baseball, if that's what you're talking about.
Yep.
Okay.
For
Pittsburgh Pirates farm system? No, that's incorrect. Toronto. Shoot.
Not last I knew anyway.
I thought it was correct.
Let me double check now.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're right. I thought
Pittsburgh?
He was still at the Yankees system. I knew he was drafted by the Yankees. He played for the Indianapolis team recently, apparently. Did not know that.
Oh.
Huh. Funny.
There you go. Nate doubted my baseball knowledge.
I did.
You correctly doubted my baseball knowledge. The problem is it got connected. It was connected to NFL draft stuff. So that's
fair. Yeah. Kanan Smith, 4th round pick. I remember. When did I see that? A couple weeks ago in an article. I think is when I was reading that. Anywho.
This is that take, bro.
Yeah.
This is that take. Wild. All right. Well, folks, we thought he was going to go here. This was definitely a great landing spot. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, 6 foot and 5/8, 196 pounds, 8.34 RAS. Obviously had the ridiculous short shuttle and 3 cone times. That obviously confirms what we've seen on tape. Excellent route runner, Jackson Smith and Jigba, obviously, right? He is the ultimate with usage of route pacing, right? With guys that he's going to be able to get corners to open up spots underneath for himself, right? The route pacing is effective there. It helps him win vertically as well when he's given that opportunity. He's a leverage destroyer, right? He doesn't have to run straightforward routes to sort of threaten and break leverage. What, Nate? Is it not Smith and Jigba?
No, it is. They're talking about Devin Witherspoon right now for some reason.
Oh, well, they should, right?
Yeah, it's just odd timing. They're doing like an in-depth piece.
Well,
I don't know what that's about, but
whatever. What is what it is, I guess.
But he's not getting any attention. He's a freaking Big Ten record holder, for Pete's sake.
Yeah. I mean, short area quicks, route break transitions are great. Where he really makes hay is post catch as well. Catch to attack transition is phenomenal, right? It's positioning your feet to attack well before the ball arrives. If you can do that, you're going to be effective yak player no matter your size or your speed, right? Drake London does this, right? He's not overly fast. It helps him gain an edge. And it's same for Smith and Jigba, right? He can make some curvilinear movement happen while maintaining some play speed. I really like that, especially when you don't have explosiveness as a trump card after the catch. He has that ability. He throws a nice stiff arm. It's well timed, right, to give himself some extra yardage as well. Again, and when against zone, coverage recognition, right, finding the right spot, right, bending off a seam route against split safety coverage. He does that so well. Okay, and so that's why I think, again, he's going to be QB best friend for Geno Smith in the middle of the field, with the potential to move out to Z when Lockett hangs it up. To have DK and Smith and Jigba out there,
crazy.
I'm about to get 2 Seattle jerseys. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Seattle. I take it back, Nate. May I take it back? We said this earlier. Nobody can threaten the Eagles.
Ooh, yeah.
Hold the phone a moment.
I'll allow it.
Hold the phone. Seattle's got more picks, too. They have
because at the time it looked like that. But now,
37, 51, or 52, and then they have another in the 80s. Like, they've got more picks. They can make things happen here as well. Like, they're not done.
They are kind of killing it. I might. Oh, it just sucks because I'm with Scott. I hate Pete Carroll. But now I'm going to have to watch the Seahawks.
Yeah, it's hard. I really hate Pete Carroll, too.
I kind of watch the Seahawks anyway.
I'm so mad. I wish like Detroit's offensive coordinator Ben Johnson was the coach of the Seahawks. That'd be sick. Then I'd be like, oh man,
make it so much easier.
Mitch, I think that's extremely fair. Actually, I think it's extremely fair. I will tell you, I definitely graded Garrett Wilson higher than Smith and Jigba, like by a significant margin. And I think Olave just cleared him. It's pretty close, but Olave got a higher grade. So I agree. I think it would have made more sense for Green Bay to trade down and select him, as well as the guys like Kincaid and Mayer, than it was to select him at 13. I get the approach. Like, we talked about it leading up. Like, the approach was tackle or edge. We felt like that was going to be the case. It was just the back of our minds that, the rebellions are built on hope, that we could rebel against Goody and get a skill position player. We can't. He's the unkillable emperor. Okay. Somehow Gutekunst returned.
I thought we were going to see an Aaron Rodgers weak revenge wide receiver pick.
That would have been, you know what? I would have respected being petty like that.
That would have been really,
but I love
really
picking
funny.
Will McDonald's phenomenal selection. Okay. I've got the Chargers pick, by the way. I've got the Chargers selection.
I've not seen it yet. Bro, apparently ESPN has been showing Will Levis's Will Levis, weird apostrophe, analytics like after every single pick. Poor guy.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who would, oh my gosh, Seattle from 37. Yeah.
I mean, all you have to think about is how Mr. Irrelevant has come into his own. So I guess if you keep falling, you just got to prove the haters wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. So the Chargers have selected Quentin Johnston. Oh, shoot, I spelled it wrong. There we go.
Quentin
Johnston. I had Johnson. So there we go.
Right.
Quentin
it's
Johnston.
An easy mistake to make.
Yep. I'm typing fast over here. We're trying to.
I won't report you to the Fort Worth authorities when you're around here. Don't worry.
Yeah. So Quentin Johnston goes in the first. There was kind of a question whether or not he might not go or whatnot, because again, it was just not like the best pre-draft process for him. I'm not his biggest fan. I think he's still a solid player though. I think he's a rare athlete for the position. And at 6'2", 208, that offers you a lot of growth opportunity as a receiver. And so let's talk about him. Where is he? Here he is. Here we are. So Quentin Johnston isn't like the fastest player, but he's got the long strides and some acceleration that really intrigue you. And there's still an element of that explosiveness. It's not at the level of a Hyatt per se, or a Marvin Mims, right? That have that field tilting speed, but it's enough when he gets up to speed. And he's an elite yards after the catch threat, right? It's lateral quicks, it's impressive manipulation, the jump move that he brought out a ton back in the fall, right? He jump moves, he sets up the post catch attack. He's able to get both feet off the ground, get a little jump, turn his head one direction, get the corners going the direction he wants them to go, so he can accelerate in the other and create a ton after the catch. I've seen rare hip sync and route break efficiency. He is snapping off these curl routes, these comeback routes with really heavy efficiency, and it's limited steps, it's limited yardage displacement. He does it at a better clip that, I'm sorry, Packer fans, he does it at a better clip, and he does it more efficiently than Watson did at a very similar size. So he's got rare flexibility and quicks. Can we just see him navigate consistently in consistent play? It's body catching. It's not winning enough in contested spots for a 6'3", 208 guy, right? Can he diversify the release package as well, right? He needs to vary it up, because you see it one play, right? He's against Keely Ringo in the national title game. Inside release with a split release inside, wins, accelerates out of the break fast, and Ringo's left in the dust. Easy separation for him. But he goes right back to it. Ringo knows it's coming, erased him. So he has to put consistently, obviously different releases, but he had play by play. I want to see more consistency from him. And he kind of disappeared in some big games too. Just to point that out.
I sent you a picture that I think you'll have interest in.
You sent me a picture.
On Twitter.
You sent me a picture. Oh my gosh. Witherspoon is like a new recruit.
That is him as a freshman.
Yeah. Wow. That's pretty crazy.
That is an insane strength program. Like, absolutely crazy.
Oh. Yeah, that is crazy. Also, by the way, to point this out, the Texans-Cardinals trade, for those, who remember this earlier, the Texans traded their own 2024 first, not their one they got from Cleveland, which is, I think, pretty noteworthy, right? I think there's a chance that people believe Cleveland's going to, kind of get on track this year. Unfortunately, I don't think that many of us are rooting for that, to be honest. But if Cleveland finishes higher, obviously the Texans are giving up their better of the first round picks next year to Arizona. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of injuries that have come between, Williams and Allen. I agree, Zach. He's going to have to be available and consistent pretty quickly because, guys have been ailing in that room for a while.
Oh, the Ravens.
Did they do the good?
I'll let you see if you can find it.
I mean, I know what the Ravens' best pick should be this player in my head, but we'll see if it's correct.
Okay, you want to know who it is?
No. I want to find.
I'll give you a hint.
No. It's okay.
He has 13 siblings. Isn't that insane?
Wait, that's who they took?
It's interesting that is the denominator for you.
Interesting, because I mean it's 3 in a row. Then that's okay. Interesting. I thought they were going to take Banks for sure. They have the giant corner need, but this was a need as well, so I can understand it. This was also a need. It's fine.
This is kind of one of those picks that, man, it could turn out. To me, you have Bateman and Beckham. I know Beckham again. Okay, yeah. But here's my thing.
Both are injured, so
yeah, and
fair.
Habitually injured. OBJ is habitually injured.
This is true.
That's my whole thing with this. Oh my God, they brought in Odell.
Well,
Lamar's back.
Well.
Hurt.
No, I agree, but also once they brought Odell in, like Lamar wasn't going to go anywhere else.
No.
I think, but I just want to make sure they know that. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's huge. It is huge. The idea of a healthy Odell playing with Lamar is crazy.
Yep.
But the idea of itself as Odell, as we know him right now, playing with Lamar is not that appealing to me. And granted, in about 6-ish, 7, 8, 9, 12 months, about a year, I had to work my way up there.
There it is.
In about a year, I'm going to be looking at that and saying, well, he went crazy. Odell went crazy. He was healthy. Yeah. He went nuts. Mm-hmm. I was wrong. But then you have to remember, before you troll me, that I am also an LSU fan, and I want Odell to succeed. So this is not just me being a killjoy. It's just logistically. They paid him a lot of money. I don't know if it's a thing that is the amount of snaps a part of his contract. I don't know.
Yeah. If he plays 18 snaps, he gets $18 million. No, I'm just kidding. That
would be pretty crazy.
It's got to be. I mean, that's got to be part of the.
It has to be a very friendly contract to him because he had options.
The stipulation to get $18 million has to be like, you're playing a full year. We're getting to a certain point in the playoffs. Like, it has to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no way they would do that. Like, again, if you're winning a Super Bowl and you're like, we'll give you the $18 million because we won the Super Bowl. It's like, all right, yeah.
Sure. Like, okay, I get that. It's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree.
Does Zay Flowers, his height and weight, does that scare you, or do you think he can get past that?
I quite like Zay Flowers. I think, well, that's the question, right? Is he going to play some slot here until either Bateman or Beckham get hurt? I mean, he put it this way, he played on the boundary. He's played on the boundary more than Smith and Jigba, more than Addison, even more than Quentin Johnston, I believe, because Johnson has played a lot of slot snaps. I don't know if people know that either. Like, they allowed him to roam free in the middle of the field and take up space there. Flowers has played on the perimeter a ton, and he's gone up against some pretty stout players at corner, Andrew Booth being one of them. Mm-hmm. No, I think he is. I think it's good. I haven't actually seen the pick, but once you said it,
I've seen it.
It does say that. Now. Oh, I've seen it now. Okay, I didn't know.
It's live on the stream and everything.
Perfect.
And we know they're the slowest.
Yeah. So, boy, we got to get. Yeah, we're
Right
Hold
before the
my
Vikings
hand.
pick Will Levis, we gotta get through this.
Yeah, we got to get through
chaos.
this. That's true. Yeah. So 5'9" and a quarter, 182. And I know people are like, well, that's pretty small. Well, also like Addison's 171 as his downs. So like, and Garrett Wilson's 183 is the other thing, right? So like Flowers is just a little bit shorter, right? I think 182 is a really nice number for him. Again, like I said, experience on the boundary, right? He has, what was really nice about him is there's no nonsense to his release, right? He's splitting, he's getting into speed releases. He's making sure he's giving himself the ability to stack quickly, and open up doors and kind of open up options for himself once he stacks corners to like make them have to guess. He's really good on the vertical plane. He's really good running these, post corners, corner posts where he can get a safety moving one way, sneak into that blind spot, accelerate into said blind spot to get the safety completely out of his space, out of his comfort zone, and then accelerate back through that break point to create gobs and gobs of separation vertically. And post catch, he's a jitterbug. It's very difficult to contain him post catch. And that is something that the Ravens are going to thrive upon. I'm sure they're going to give him the ball in a lot of situations where he can create post catch. I like that a lot. But what I think is most interesting about Flowers is watching him control the pace when he is stacked a corner to make sure the catch point is very favorable to himself. That is what's really fun about Flowers is you see him slow up the pace when he's stacked. You see him be able to take up space, wall off, and go get the football. And he is a tough son of a gun too. And this is the Ravens needed to do this at some point, and I'm glad they get a player like Flowers. So I think it's going to give every ounce he has in Baltimore. So
South Florida wide receiver, South Florida quarterback.
Yep. This is true. Oh no, did they? So on the broadcast, can anyone confirm they just compared him to Tyreek Hill?
Oh God.
That's not fair.
That's just rude.
Why are you doing that? This is like, I would say like the vibes are very Taylor Gabriel, Tyler Lockett. I think that's as fair as you can go. Like, you don't have to be like nuts with your comps. Some people started doing Antonio Brown stuff. That was thrown out there. Oh no, that was thrown out there during the process.
I'm so confused by. You could say this about me too, but not everyone needs a platform, guys. Somebody gave me a radio show. Talk about a bad idea.
Yeah, Bateman, Flowers, OBJ, Andrews, Dobbins, Lamar. Listen, Lamar voiced concerns clearly like, hey, Eric, pal, you're great at this drafting thing. Will you pick a darn wide receiver or get some more in the building? Okay.
Yep.
Tylan Wallace ain't helping. Pro Shea, like these day 3 guys, they're not going to all pan out. Probably none of them. It's pretty rare. So they go get Beckham, which is cool, but Flowers and Bateman is very fun. I love it. I would have taken Banks probably because the corner needs a big deal. And like I think Flowers is better than Mims and Tyler Scott, but like there are other players. Can confirm someone has just confirmed the Steelers are still working here. They might be back into the first pretty quick. So that's fun. Vikings must not be going QB. For me, it'd be, I mean, they got to take Banks here. Like they're going to keep taking corners, but like Banks is really good. They could take Porter here. That would make sense too. I mean, they could take Addison, I guess. Branch would be sick for them. Steelers have taken, they took Broderick Jones. I mean, Banks and Porter to come back in and get one of them for Pittsburgh would be nuts.
Yeah, that would be
I just think the Flowers to AB is really unfair. Like we need to stop comparing everybody to like potentially like elite Hall of Famer types. Like if Zay Flowers truly was like AB, he wouldn't have gone 22nd. Like I just think it's AB was throttle control, pace control, right? That part of his game was really effective. I don't think Flowers has necessarily mastered pace and throttle control within his routes within the stem. It's like not like top of break control or release control. It's like Antonio Brown could throttle within the stem to throw people off, he could throttle late down the field to make adjustments or get defenders out of position and give himself the window. Like, Flowers does a good job walling with pace control, but Antonio Brown pace controls into separation. It's nuts. It's nutsy. Antonio Brown is insanely good. Insanely good. AB did go in the 5th. Yes, so did Diggs. I'm just saying, like, if people believed in that comp, like, it would be like, we're not making that same mistake again type of thing. Like, Zay Flowers is going to be good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can really doubt that. Booker McFarland had a great quote I just saw in a tweet about it. He said that Zay Flowers could win a game of tag in a phone booth.
I agree with that.
And I love that. I absolutely love that.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, Zay Flowers was my wide receiver 3. Really like him. Really like
Christian Gonzalez said he was surprised to fall to 17 and that he's excited to play for Bill Belichick, which means he's going to go insane.
Yeah. I mean, all of that is correct. All of that is correct. Yes.
Yeah. He's going to go crazy.
This to me is Banks or Porter. I would be shocked if it's anybody else, but we'll see. Again, I don't think so. I saw this tweet as well from one of our good buddies, Tyler Browning. Is like, why is Miles Murphy still on the board? I mean, if you looked at like the mocks this morning and the final mocks from the insiders, only like Packers fans like myself and maybe the stock exchange guys had Murphy at 13 to Green Bay. It was a lot of 20 to Seattle, 26, I believe. No, that's Dallas, not Dallas. There was Buffalo and there was New Orleans. I think there was also Kansas City. So like the conversation started at 20 with a lot of the insiders. So yeah, especially one with like Antonio. Like I said, I think a fair comp is like Tyler Lockett, who's like been a really good receiver.
So
like
pick is
Tyler Comp.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. So
Brian
teams are just picking wide receivers so that Kansas City can't get one, right?
This makes sense. Yeah, 4 in a row.
Which I'm fine with.
Yeah. No, I mean the top. I think anyway. The top 4 receivers are off. It felt like. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, we finally had that run. I think we kind of figured that it was going to happen at some point. A former Biletnikoff winner can't stay on the board that long, right?
I agree. I thoroughly enjoy watching Jordan Addison play football, but I'm not going to thoroughly enjoy watching Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison play football in Minnesota. I don't like that. I don't like it. 2 really, really good separators. That's the dream, people. That's the dream. Speed is fun, but movement literacy combined with separation skills is where it's at.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, you see that all the time now. Yeah. Great evidence of that.
Yeah. So the wide receiver number was 3.5. So that's unfortunate, but yeah, I'm sure. Yes. Tyler and Smitty, I'm sure are very relieved because they would have had to hear like, if Addison kept going further and further, have been like, they got to take the pick guy, right? Yeah, that's a good point. I would have rather him gone there though to you guys than Minnesota. Dang it. Oh no, there aren't many that are. There are very few that are. Maybe no one.
Categorically correct statement. Yeah. Yep.
Maybe no one. Only the Vikings. Yeah, if only the Vikings could find like guys who could stay healthy in their secondary is the issue. Like we've seen both miss time. Like I liked both of them too, and they just missed time. Like maybe the Vikings have just decided. You know what? They're like, you know what? Defenses come and go. offenses can be more sustainable now. Just
good
leave it at that.
offense wins championships, right?
I mean, the Super Bowl was 30-35. So, I mean, it's not a bad assumption.
No, I am all for a lack of defense. It makes games fun. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I love defense actually, so that's not true. But
you're gonna love Seattle's defense. I think it's gonna be a good time. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how the rest of this like what is this? This is pick 23, so we have 8 picks left. We're not even 3 hours in. That's wild. Hoo-wee. So yeah, this is it. Jordan Addison, the natural separator in the class. And what I mean by natural is there are often guys when you talk about receivers who generate separation either right. And I didn't mention this with Zay Flowers, and I should have. Zay Flowers does a really good job doing this. He gets curvilinear speed into that speed turn when he breaks on the in and out breaking routes, and it looks very clean because he has mastered the art of that. Then there are those who sink their hips really well. Think like Quentin Johnston, right? We talked about him on the vertical plane does that. I think Jalen Hyatt does that too, where you get these hip sinking guys who are efficient with their break, right? And they use flexibility and they use efficiency where they could have used, acceleration and maintaining it. It's different movement patterns, but they both work in their own regard. Both. This guy does both of those things. Okay. He uses what speed he has. I know 4.49 isn't fast anymore. Okay. It's not cool to run 4.49s anymore. Even though that's still like, if a corner ran that, everybody like, oh, he's fine. Because a receiver ran it, it's bad, apparently. So that's something. But I mean, he won down the field, Nate, at USC this year, cooked Stanford many a time for a big game, right? Like he can win vertically with the speed. He's another guy who can attack the blind spots vertically. But yeah, this is it. He uses speed and pacing to his advantage, right? And that pacing can be accelerative in its capabilities when he's, kind of gearing up for that vertical route that he can snap off quickly with great hip sync and efficiency in the route breaks, right? And then the speed turn breaks are there as well. And he does a great job when he gets through that speed turn of slightly turning and getting back uphill or downhill, whichever you'd call it. I think downhill is, in your favor, but he works back. I think like overall, you're looking at a guy who can defeat disadvantageous leverage at all times. And this is a perfect wide receiver 2 who isn't going to handle all of the quality corner ones that are going to, contact him with press or contact him in his stem to kind of throw him off. Addison can win with quicks though. He can combat length and press skills with quickness. And so again, that's why I think he is a talented player. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. 5.92 is not great for sure. 171 is obviously carrying that for sure. Yep, I agree with that too. 40 speed, nowhere near game speed. Nate, who's your favorite wide receiver selection tonight? There's been 4. I don't know if we're going to see another. Maybe Downs to the Bills at 27, but like, what's your favorite of the 4?
I doubt we're gonna see another one tonight.
I would think not. You never know.
Which is interesting. I think I would give a good shout to Zay Flowers in that offense. I really do, because I feel like even if OBJ, like I harped on, isn't healthy, he's in a good spot to succeed there, just in terms of fit. And they can utilize him in a lot of different ways, which is going to be good for him. He just fits really nicely there. He's kind of that 3-level threat that I think is a pretty consistent factor. And honestly, I'm with you. I didn't mention this earlier, but I don't think the height and size is that big of a worry for me. And I think if it is, most NFL teams by now are somewhat equipped to fill out a frame at least a little bit. Just because it's such a common thing anymore. Like the small, fast wide receiver is a hot commodity. And honestly, in space, he's electric, and I think he's going to find space in that offense. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to give it to the Flowers pick. I think the Ravens have had themselves a heck of a day today.
What else is new? What else is new with Baltimore, man?
They kind of just do it.
They just crush drafts,
It's true.
Yeah.
They just get it, man. They just get it.
Yeah. The Giants have traded up here one spot with Jacksonville. So
chaos, please.
Yeah, this is not shocking at all. Here we go.
No chaos.
This is phenomenal value for the New York Giants.
No chaos.
No.
Boo.
Almost. I've typed wide receiver 4 straight times into this banner. I almost did it again. The New York Giants will select Deonte Banks, corner, Maryland. Really like this. This is my corner 3 after Witherspoon and Gonzalez. I got to think that, it was a no-brainer. I'm kind of surprised a little bit that Jacksonville traded back. It now seems that Jacksonville has also traded back again with the Bills. So the Bills have moved up 2 spots now ahead of Dallas. That's interesting.
Interesting.
Ahead of Dallas. Tight end doesn't make that much sense for Buffalo, so that'll be interesting. Let's get into Banks here because the Bills are probably going to pick pretty quick. Where are you, Banks? My guy. Where are you at? Fab. Where are you at? Oh.
What are you looking for? Oh, you're
Banks. I was looking for Banks the whole time. Gosh dang. There's so many red graphics. So I was like, just freaking, there's way too many.
Should have put a turtle in the back.
Yeah. This is a tough one. Yeah, I know. Zach wanted the Raiders to move up for one of Banks or Porter. Yeah, they only had to move up 1 spot to get Banks, and I think this is really good for them. Yeah, Banks can fly. That's correct. 4.35 in the 40 for 6 foot 197. He nearly was that fella at the Mitch. No way. That's so smart for Buffalo. If that's true. But size, speed, obviously, coverage, versatility. He has really good eyes and feel in zone coverage, but he's also got that prototypical build, demeanor, and play style of a disruptive press man corner. So that's what makes him so fun, is that he has got the build to be one thing, but he's versatile enough to play off and play in zone coverage. And I think that's really why he kind of puts himself ahead of Porter for me. I think Porter's footwork in zone and whatnot gives me some pause, just because I think technique wise he's just a little sloppy and off, but disruptive at the catch point. I think while he is disruptive there's some times where Banks panics a little bit, and that's where the penalties come in. He's definitely a guy who can grab. He's one of those guys, like I talked about, where Witherspoon doesn't panic at the catch point ever, right? He knows he can play receiver, not ball. Banks gets into a little trouble there, and also finish some turnover opportunities. He missed a couple opportunities to pull in some interceptions. You would like to see him finish those. Especially when you're playing against Philly, they're not going to give you a lot of those. Jalen Hurts does not throw a lot of interceptions. So when he gives you that opportunity, you want to have a guy who can finish like that. So Banks, hopefully we can work on the jugs machine all throughout camp, my guy.
Yeah. So yeah, he's going to have to use some jugs machines to get that technique back up, because he's very, very, very athletic, but it is not going to cover it up against most of these quarterbacks. So it should be interesting, but
I love it for the Giants, though. That's
the top end speed is incredible.
Yeah, his teammates fast too. Can't wait to see where he goes. He might go tomorrow. Probably it'll be on the fringe. Ja'Cory Bennett runs way too fast to not go tomorrow. Yeah. Mitch says Nolan Smith. Is that true? Oh my God, no way. Yo, I was wrong. The Bills did move in front of Dallas for a tight end.
Oh,
wow!
So
wow!
So they took Kincaid then, right?
They did take Kincaid. You slide dogs, Buffalo.
I love tight ends. It's my favorite position. That sounded super wrong. I promise I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, yeah. This is kind of wild. Oh, Ian, yes. Quick question. Yes. The trade chart. What it says is it needs to be 42 and 78 to get to pick 29, which New Orleans currently holds. I think New Orleans is liking what they see right now, Nate. Murphy, Keon White, Adebawore, Brazee. There's just so many dudes that I don't know if they're going to move out of that pick. No.
Not in win now mode. I think
Philly might. Might
The
be able to
Saints
sneak
still
30 out
feel
of
that they
Philly.
can compete in one way or another. They don't see it as a complete rebuild. So
Zach makes a good point as well there. Put the boxing gloves on, make
True,
them
yeah.
work. Yep.
Tape your hands up. Just don't give yourself hands. Catch all picks with your chest. It's casual.
I agree. Okay. Yeah, so the Bills are selecting Dalton Kincaid. Love this for Buffalo. I love it, but I also really don't love it. And we're going to talk about why, I think, here. So this is the only thing. I'm gonna pull this thing up. We're gonna talk about how good Dalton Kincaid is, because he really is good. The Bills are trying to so Kincaid, they're trying to like add another Kelsey. They're trying to get their own Kelsey.
Yep.
That's basically what this is. Yeah. So Kincaid, 6'3" and 5'8", 246. Now, the back injury, medicals might have pushed him down a little bit here, and the Bills take advantage, move up to 25. Jacksonville's now moved back twice in a 3-pick kind of range here, but Buffalo jumps Dallas. Clearly, Dallas would have probably taken Kincaid at 26. I agree, Mitch. Actually, we'll talk about this at the end for sure. I'm totally okay with how things are turning out. I'm going to talk about a couple guys at the end that I really like in day 2 for Green Bay for sure. But Kincaid, the quicks are rare at the position, and it's not just in the route breaks. It's when he's working back to the ball to create that little extra bit of separation, even from kind of a flat stance. He's able to just, burst in the short area to give himself favorable conditions at the catch point. But he also has great hands and body control to dominate the catch point. He's not afraid of contact. He can handle that. The yak skills. His forced missed tackles are at an insane clip, Nate, in 2022 compared to what every other season. It was like 8 or 9 times better in terms of forced missed tackles. So that's why it has drawn that comparison. Okay, this is what my comp is for Dalton Kincaid, Nate, after the catch. Jurassic Park. Life finds a way, but Dalton Kincaid also finds a way. That is the comp, period. I don't know how he does it. It is like he'll get hit with like a really nice pop in the hip. Somehow he keeps contact balance. He'll dip and reduce surface area, right? He can stay quick. He's got a lot of answers after the catch where he just figures it out.
You know what I think that comes from personally? Basketball. He was a basketball player before he started playing football. Getting bumped in the paint for that big of a guy, like kind of taking it to the rim. I think that's a lot of where that balance comes from, which we know from history, those things translate really well. Yeah. So he's found a way a lot, coming from, I think I read the other day, he's only started playing basketball or football, in 2017 or 2018. Yeah. So pretty crazy. But man, I love this. I'm a big fan of him for sure, especially at this level.
I do like this, yeah. But there's one caveat here.
Bad.
Well, yeah, the blocking is bad. It's like adding a big receiver, right? If you were going to get like Johnston or Flowers or Addison, it's like, we just got a bigger receiver. That's cool.
Yeah.
For me, this is the problem, Buffalo, okay? Why did the Bengals crush you in the divisional round? Why did they crush you? They dominated you in the trenches all game long.
Yep.
Who's still available, Nate? Osiris Torrance, Steve Avila.
Lots of talent.
Brazee, Keon White, Mozzie Smith, Keanu Benton, Nolan Smith. If you want a trump card rusher long-term like Vaughn, Nolan Smith. Why are you not addressing the trenches here? Why are you moving up to get a pass catcher who's 24 already? It just seems like the process is very flawed here for Buffalo. I don't like this. I feel like they're not serious. They're trying to be a 7-on-7 team right now, and I don't like it. I don't. Because tomorrow, Nate, it's going to start, and New Orleans might just kick it off. New Orleans will take Murphy, right? They'll take him out. Miles Murphy's another one here. Mm-hmm. They'll take Murphy, right? Eagles, what'd they do? They took Carter. They'll take like Torrance. Then boom, off. And it's like Buffalo lost their chance to get a good trench player here. And I don't like that for them at all. But I will say, Packers fans, Mozzie Smith, he falls. Let's get it done.
Is Jerry Jones making the pick himself again?
Why did he take a running back?
Will Levis
Did you
is
see the
taking
toe
it
thing?
very well.
You see the toe thing?
No.
Yeah. It's I gotta find it again. There's like some toe injury.
For Levis?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep.
That'll do it. I mean, all I see is him smiling, grinning. So if he's taking it well.
That's good, but like that's good for sure.
It's such
I'm
an
just gonna leave this
interesting
here.
thing here.
Again, a lot of people are going to love the Kincaid pick to Buffalo because it's like, oh, sick. We're not. It's everybody's going to love it, folks. I promise you. Everybody's going to love the pick because they're like, they're in an arms race with the, with the Chiefs and the Bengals. Watch what the Bengals and Chiefs do here. Okay, let's watch what the Bengals and Chiefs do in the next few picks, and see what maybe the difference is between these guys. If Nolan Smith is there for Cincy, shouldn't even be a discussion. Shouldn't even be having one. But I think Dallas should also do that.
Yeah, I want to know.
It's
Dallas is.
Probably Mayer, isn't it? Somebody's got to move up for Nolan. This is ridiculous. Yep, that was Mitch. That was the plan. That's why I love doing the later round prospects for a lot of these because the YouTube stuff gets crazy. I remember first year I was doing this, I did an Eskridge profile. It got like 3,000 views in like a span of 2 hours after he was picked by Seattle in the second. I'm hoping the Tillman one gets a boost. Maybe he'll be picked tomorrow. Mingo, right? Those are the guys we're probably looking at. Puka Nacua, big shout out. I agree. Dallas doesn't do smart things usually. Maybe it's a Vila or Torrance though. That would be smart.
I'm trying to see. I have not found it yet, which is kind of surprising.
I haven't either, and there may be,
Cowboys keeping it close to their chest, I guess.
Yep.
I'm wondering if it is Meyer though.
They've been linked.
Seems to be the Twitter consensus, to say the least.
They've been linked.
Huh. It's interesting.
Still looking, folks. For those who are still here, rolling with us here as we take on hour 4, technically, I guess. Who's been your favorite pick tonight? I'm sure some people, there might be some Van Nesses in here. My favorite pick tonight is Gonzalez at 17 in New England, and it's probably not close, just in terms of value. Hard not to like Witherspoon at 5, though.
Yeah, it's hard not to like him up there. The answer is Seattle. My favorite pick is everyone's Seattle's done.
Yeah, Seattle just doing stuff. Oh man, that would be funny. someone Packers guys like should they Packers trade up for Nolan Smith just to see Twitter burn? He's playing off-ball linebacker. 2 off-ball linebackers, 2 years in a row. So Banks to the Giants, I believe, is what I think the favorite is there. I imagine, not the Vikes, I believe.
Wow, the Cowboys draft room really does give Death Star vibes.
Jerry is the de facto emperor, is true.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The comparisons are numerous. The Dark Empire won a little bit more, though.
Yeah, this is true. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is Dallas is doing here. Are they taking like forever?
They are taking 4 or 5 ever, even at this point. The pick is it.
This is what it is, right? McCarthy wants Mayer, right?
Mayer, yeah. Mayer,
but like
Mayer. That's anybody, hard for me to get used to.
The smart folks in the room are like, we should get Nolan Smith. Underrated pick for them would be Mozzie Smith, honestly, because it's the nose tackle they need to actually stop the run. That would be one for sure.
Tweet of the night from
wow,
Zach
yeah.
right there.
That is a really nice one.
Also, congrats. I'm getting married too.
Nice. I watched the draft with 2 random guys. I remember back in the days of Periscope.
Yeah.
I wish Periscope and Twitter could figure it out so their messages could come from, the chat on.
All I
Twitter
do when I tell my fiance what I'm doing is I say I'm going on a podcast.
It's a pretty simple way.
She doesn't ask. She doesn't ask. She never asks, which is great.
Okay.
So
have you seen 2 different ones? I've seen what?
Mayer and I've seen Nolan Smith.
I've seen Mayer, Nolan Smith, and Mozzie Smith, bud.
This is awkward.
The aggregators who lost. Big L's for somebody. Nope. Rappaport has Mozzie. So does Breer.
Yeah, it's Mozzie Smith.
I love this.
Yeah, this is better than the alternative was.
Great pick, Dallas. I'll give you some claps for this.
Good job, Arlington Cowboys.
This is sick. I like this. I like this. So yeah, we have 2 votes for Banks as the favorite pick of the night. I mean, I like it as well. I like that. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm my brain is still reeling over Jahmyr Gibbs, bro.
I've literally been hearing about Mozzie Smith since he was a freshman.
Dude.
The thing is,
go ahead. No, you go ahead. You get
borderline draft hype. Not really, because he was a freshman, but playing on Michigan's scout team. That is how that program viewed him. He was the main factor on their scout team, which is pretty crazy. But he's what? How much does he weigh? 326, 328?
So I think he was at some point. I'll bring it up
because he was up at 3.
He was up at 337.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 337 was confirmed. I don't know if it was a year ago or 18 months ago. I forget which one, but he was for sure down to 323 at the combine this year. So,
well, he sure as heck don't move like it, no matter what he is.
Well, did you the Feldman's list last year? The reported 6.953 cone.
Yeah.
Which is an elite edge rusher time, let alone a 325-pound individual. No.
Yeah.
I wish he had run it because I really wanted to see how close he would have gotten.
It's insane.
This guy's a freak athlete. And if Cowboys fans are getting oh my gosh, we took a Michigan defender in the late 20s, Taco Charlton, anybody, way back when with that pick, if they're a little concerned. Nah, prototypical nose tackle. This is exactly what you need, right? You have Odigizua. You have guys who get after the quarterback. That's awesome. Green Bay ripped you to shreds running the football last year. Watched it firsthand, right? Philly can rip you to shreds. You have to get better here. I kept mocking this because I really thought it was exactly what Dallas needed, and they get it. 2 gap and a half. Whatever you'd like to do with your front, he can do that because he's so big, got good vision, can snap to the gap that he needs to be in, and impressive power. To push the pocket, hold the line, whatever you'd like him to do. He's got some moves as a pass rusher, some club rips, some push pull. You can get some explosiveness going, explosive to power. He's got some swipe moves. If he plays with better pad level, he's going to be a nightmare. He kind of can stand up, and I mean that's the one concern that hurts his ability to rush the passer is kind of standing up. A lot of these guys in the defensive line play with pretty poor pad level in this class, but it's fixable. And I think this has moved into potentially my top 5 favorite picks tonight. Mozzie Smith here. This was a high recruit too, right? He was really high.
I think a 5-star out of Michigan. He's from Detroit, I know for sure.
Okay.
Because I remember it was a big deal.
That's dope.
Let me double check on that to make sure. 4-star consensus, 5-star on one platform. So I was wrong and right at the same time. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Scouting does not matter for college out of high school. Let me just throw that out there as well. But it seems to translate. So,
yeah. Oh yeah. I'd be pretty thrilled, honestly. If I were a Dallas fan, I like that. Mozzie's in my top 3 DTs.
Yeah,
just because
probably going crazy right now.
Just because, like, Brazil scares me. Injuries, right? There's a little bit of that there. If you want to split the defensive tackles into more like who's your best 3 tech, who's your best nose, I think that's a great way to rank them as well. Then that means Mozzie's number 1 nose tackle for me. I just really like how he plays. I am thrilled with a guy who has that much athleticism with that much size playing the position. Really thrilled. It's what the Bills should have done. It's really what
I will make endless jokes about the Cowboys being in Arlington, not Dallas, now that I live in Fort Worth. The stadium is actually only about 20 minutes from my house. So there's that.
There you go. You could watch go watch Mozzie dominate on Sunday.
It's freaking huge. You never realize how big
I want to go. I want to go there for sure.
It's insane.
That's a place I want to get to. No doubt.
Stop by and grab a Rangers ticket for $4. Well, not now. They're good, but last year.
Oh, wow. I didn't even do the Cowboys select Mozzie Smith.
It's okay.
Well, we've got the Jaguars pick in, and I like it.
I haven't seen it yet. Why is my thing so slow now?
Oh,
is it Anton Harrison?
It is. So it came out that Cam Robinson was facing a suspension for PEDs. Do you believe in the Walker Little stuff? Do you believe in, how confident do you feel that Juwan Taylor's out of the building? Like, this is a smart selection, I think. I really think this is a smart selection for the Jaguars. You got to keep Trevor Lawrence upright. Don't worry, I've got the one for this too. My hope is we're not going to miss another one. We missed Campbell. That stinks. We've been back on track. Big fella here, 6'4", 312. Not the best tester compared to his compatriots in this draft class at tackle, but still think there's a lot to like with Anton Harrison. I think the one thing that would concern me the most, at least 2 things I would say. 2-hand puncher, he is that. He does get into that a little bit, but it's just really the lack of experience with pass sets. There's so much RPO stuff going on at Oklahoma where they're just holding the line for the mesh point, and there's not a lot of sustained protection. You don't get a lot of those reps, right? But you do get a lot of pulling, right? You do get a lot of misdirection, so there's got to be a lot of good space blocking, good functional athleticism to do so, and he has that, right? He can be a puller. Right, I would like to see him unlock some force at contact when he's pulling. Right, dispense some dudes onto the turf a little bit. Right, let it loose a little more. But I think the footwork is good. He's stout in pass protection. He's active hands. Really good job resetting, and a pretty strong anchor as well. So I think this is. I like this because it's really probably, when you look at it, Nate, the last tackle that should go in the first. Some people like DeJuan Jones a little bit more. I'm a little bit hesitant with dudes that big, but I like what Jacksonville did here. They got the last one, probably ahead of the Chiefs, who were maybe hoping that that Harrison fell to them. So
I'm sure they're pretty happy about this. He's a big dude. The guy that was not like a top-rated recruit out of high school, but was a guy that was pretty much 4-star. They were saying because of his size alone, they predicted him in the last, I think it was day 3 from what I remember looking at back then. So talk about an improvement. If he can make a couple more improvements at the next level, he's going to be pretty good pickup here for them. And I don't think another offensive tackle tonight. I don't.
It shouldn't, but I heard.
The next pick is a tight end.
Bengals? Oh, it should be Mayer.
Yeah.
Is that confirmed?
No, that's just what I think. That's pure.
I know someone said Branch to the Bengals. I would like that for the Bengals. I think Dax Hill and Branch would be sweet. Again, it's just going to come down to, right, Brian Branch right now is falling. Why? Maybe a lot of teams just see him as a pure slot and they don't value it, right? They don't know if he can transition back to playing deep safety where he did play in high school. So it's just that's kind of how it is with Branch. I too like Avila. I think in a phone booth, I think he's got more athleticism than he's given credit for. There was talk, Mitch, about him going tonight. I don't know if we're going to see it. Maybe Philly will pick him. We'll see. I wouldn't mind Torrance falling to the Packers either. I think that would be really nice for them.
The tip, if it's accurate, that I've seen is Miles Murphy
who is this?
for the Bengals.
Oh, Bengals. Oh, wow.
So Tigers to Bengals, if that's accurate.
Interesting. That would be interesting. I
don't hate it.
See, I would think. So the Bengals are, so the next this is proactive because the next 2 seasons, right? I think by 2024 off season, in 2 off seasons, I think all of Hendrickson, Hubbard, Hill, and Reeder are off the books completely and free agents. Reeder is after this season. Hill for sure next season. I think at least one of Hubbard or Hendrickson's off. So if that's the pick. No, this is, Lockdown's running with it, Nate, so I'm pretty sure it's the pick.
Yeah.
So that means the Saints are going to be on, so, that
would have
been a nice Saints pick.
Yeah, this is not how I saw the Saints pick coming up, to say the least. So
I did not.
I am shocked that they did the trade up, but I don't think that they minded where they were, to tell you the truth. So
I wouldn't hate it. There's a lot of trench guys here still. So
yeah.
And there's also a Mr. Michael.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to New Orleans.
The mayor of New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Saints are having a lot of options that I didn't think were going to be on the table.
Yeah, I agree.
If they pick Will Levis, I will promptly turn off my computer, by the way.
How are their safeties?
I don't know.
Are they good? Are their safeties all right? Are they healthy?
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Okay. They were kind of lost in the crap last year. It was a great defense in terms of their own productivity, but the offense really let them down. But they still have
Alante going to play the slot, or is he going to be boundary?
I think he's going to be in the. I don't know, who else do they have there. Let me think.
Because I was going to say Branch could play the slot then if Taylor moves boundary.
Yeah, I mean, that could happen.
They're going to take Nolan, aren't they?
I wouldn't be shocked. That's kind of where I was going with that. They should. Now. Safety's all right. They still have Marcus May, Tyrann, and JT Gray and Jonathan Abram behind them. Okay. I could see safety later in the draft for them being a thing for sure.
Porter would be, nice value, but I don't know if they need it necessarily. But
I think they need other spots more.
Again, do you need? I guess you don't. 3 corners play a lot, so that's if Taylor has been dominant in the slot, you don't have to move him then.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
That's rude. Wow.
We're not going to talk about that, but I wouldn't also be shocked.
I agree. Bengals fans I think they can get hyped about this. I'm not always the biggest Murphy fan because I feel like if you're looking at, like I talked about earlier, between Van Ness and Murphy, I feel like Murphy should have figured things out by now, where Van Ness is still kind of working on things as a whole. Like Murphy has, been there, done that. He had 8.5 sacks as a sophomore. It was all right, sick. Now take the step, and it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he's 6'4" 3/4, 268, another big edge, 9.71 RAS. Is really promising for a player that size, explosive and powerful. Might have an untapped ceiling. We just don't know. We don't know if it's there.
Yeah.
The production has not been great. He's got a good long arm. First step explosiveness is good. He's a strong edge setter, but can you unlock the production? And I wrote this name here with a question mark at the end, Rashawn Gary. It feels eerily similar, kind of like Van Ness does. Who's going to be able to unlock the ceiling? Maybe both, but history would tell us one of the two. So we'll see.
My thing, if he can put together the finished product and finish, I like his upside a lot more.
Yep. Oh, yeah, 100%.
But, man, he does have some traits that, the athletic tools and traits are good. Borderline rare in a way. So it might take a year or two for him, or maybe even more than that. But if he comes together and finds his feet as, a couple downs, and then maybe he can be an every play player. So I think it's a good pick. True. I like that for them. It's interesting. So they must see something they like a lot.
Yeah. And I imagine the Bengals probably were sitting there like, there's no way, right? He's not actually falling to the spot.
Right.
I imagine. Man,
These teams at the bottom have to be pretty satisfied with where they're sitting. And the teams at the top of round 2 have to be really, really satisfied. My favorite pick to have is the first pick of round 2.
Yeah. I mean, it gives you a lot of time to calculate, all right, what's our best offer? Like, how do we think things are going to unfold a little bit? It's more chaos for sure, but
yeah.
All right, ready for this, guys? New Lions linebacker Jack Campbell, the scouting combine. Had this one saved. This guy says, I love having that green dot on the back of my head. If I make a mistake, I kind of like being able to be the first one to raise my hand and just get a bunch of chewing tobacco in my eyes. If that ain't a Lions quote, I don't know what is.
That's a Lions quote.
That's a Campbell quote.
That's a blue collar worker.
That is a like, welcome to the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell.
That's insane.
Campbell. Like, come on.
That's pretty freaking hard, man.
Lou Anarumo loving that he's got some dudes up front there with Murphy. I mean, the Bengals, there's a chance. I mean, we've seen Kincaid.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. So, like, the Bengals in round 2 could take a tight end, could get one of them.
I'm going to put my tag in here for the
Saints. If Green Bay is going to move up for mayor.
I have not seen it yet.
Oh, I've seen it. Nick Underhill just tweeted it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
See, I was going to say I think it's Porter.
It is not.
It's not. Okay, let's see. Nick, why are you always so?
What do you think it is? What do you think it is? It's not Porter.
Is it Mayer? It's not. What position is it?
Offensive line.
Is it Nolan Smith?
It's not. It's not an edge rusher. No, he just went.
No, duh, he just went.
Yeah, it might be his teammate though.
Oh, interesting. Derek Hall.
This is very Detroit. How old is Murphy? I can tell you. Give me a second.
He is.
I'm pretty sure he's 21 or 22. Murphy is, but
he's a junior.
Yeah. So, and I'm wondering if Mitch is asking that because of how I've talked about, Van Ness and Murphy, but Murphy has exponentially more snaps by now. Like Van Ness didn't even start.
Yeah,
and I think that's the difference.
Slow riser.
Yeah, Murphy's 21. Right. So Van Ness is also 21, but Murphy's had snaps after snaps after snaps over 3 seasons, like Van Ness. So yeah, Brian Brzee to the Saints.
Nick Underwood already has a full article out about it.
It's wild.
What a madman.
We've entered sicko mode, but I like it.
Well, he's probably known this pick for.
Yeah, he probably can't say anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he's known this pick. He knows everyone in that office. He might be the most well-plugged into a single organization guy in the NFL. Nick Underhill is crazy.
There you go.
I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't know that
It's hard to know. Yeah, I'm with you.
They need it. It's a position they need.
Yep.
But the Saints have one of the worst medical staffs in the league, and he's got some durability concerns.
Yes.
So.
Oh, sorry, Nate. Yes, I'm sorry. You didn't see it. Right. Like, hold on. Boop. The last bit of the report there at the bottom.
Oh, yep. There you go.
It was hiding. It was hiding.
I mean, how many snaps has he had over the last 2 years? Less than 500, right?
Does he have less? Who has more snaps in the last 2 years, Van Ness or Brzee? That's the question. Ooh. Nate, we're the all no snap teams in the first round.
It seems that way, huh? Yeah.
Packers and Saints draft players who don't have a lot of snaps. It's great.
Man, I mean, it makes sense because if he's going to succeed, he's going to have to go right away and work his way in there. And with the Saints, he could do that.
I would think so.
Yeah. But, man, he was the number 1 player in the country out of high school. It's easy to forget that.
It is.
Oof. I mean, he's
such a difficult thing because you know what the ceiling is. You know what it is. People still believe again, people still are going to, I think some people have put the stamp on that he's still a top 10 player in the class. And it's like, that could easily be the case 2 years from now. if he's not hurt all the time. Like
Yeah.
availability is a big deal, folks. Like
Yes.
I know, and that's why like, oh, maybe Will Levis is falling because of this injury that's being talked about, even though it's a toe injury. Very weird, but whatever is what it is. But yeah, Nate, I mean, you said number one recruit. The testing was a big deal. It was good to see him test and put an elite athletics score up because he needed it. He needed it bad because we knew the durability stuff was all going to come up with the medical checks and all that. It's like, wow, yeah, he has all this injuries here, shoulder, knee, explosiveness, change of direction, functional athleticism, range against the run, right? Motor's hot. Man, when he lands an initial strike with two hands, Nate, when he can build up a little speed on a twist, holy smokes, that dude is going backwards into his teammate throwing the football.
Yep, he's gone.
It is strange.
I mean, that is a huge need for them.
It is.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that's a win to get him at this point.
Yeah.
At a spot of need for a pick that you did not have a couple months ago.
That's true.
You weren't supposed to have a first-round pick this draft.
True.
Sean Payton turned in to this guy, so.
Yep. A young fella. He's 21 as well, I believe. So
who would you rather have? I'd probably rather have Sean Payton back, but he might come back anyway. I'm going to hold out hope.
Who knows? It's possible. But it's, whoever took this swing, it was always going to be like, it's impossible to even, we look at these players, we talk about their games. Who knows? Crapshoot. Brazil could be out of the league because durability is bad, or he could be a top defensive tackle in the league. It's the range of outcomes are insane with him. Just two more picks.
This is an interesting one.
Just two more picks,
definitely.
And hopefully it's not one that I don't have a graphic for. No way. They took Nolan Smith. Holy smokes. He fell to 30. That's got to be the pick. It's got to be the pick. This is nuts. They got Nolan Smith. They got Nolan Smith at 30.
They're going insane.
Bro, they got Carter and Smith. Knock it off. How are teams unclear on the role? How are teams unclear on the role for Nolan Smith? He's literally another Reddick who defends the run better. How is this possible?
Give us a break. Craziness. They are. Woo!
We said it. We said it 2 hours ago. They're building the Georgia defense there. They are.
They are.
And why wouldn't you? Gosh sakes. Nolan Smith's my edge 3. He's a tremendous playmaker. And you know what? How about it, right? Carter, you're not sure, immaturity, character concerns a little bit, right? How about the guy who is the leader? He might step in and just be a leader on the defense immediately. Who knows? I think guys like Slay are going to respect the heck out of Nolan Smith, man.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, I hate it so much that they've done this. Gosh, sakes, bro.
That is a super high character.
What else? If you're the Eagles, what else could you have asked for? Did you want a yacht as well in the first round? What else did you want? Like, they better have a yacht at the draft party, yo. If you attended the draft party for the first time, like for the Eagles draft party, and they did this, bro, the champagne better be out. This is dumb.
It should.
This is
dumb. It 100% should. I still just, they lost a lot in the offseason, but holy moly, they didn't lose anything.
I can't believe this. I just don't like. People are like, all right, so the Eagles, they lose Hargrave, bro. This is a tough deal. Like, they're not gonna the pass rush, Fletcher Cox is getting bam, put Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter and Green.
Done.
Forget it, bro.
Throw the assignment on the desk.
It doesn't even I'm telling you right now, it doesn't even matter what the Steelers do, the Lions, the Seahawks, like it doesn't matter. Eagles could quit right now. They could quit. It's like hitting 2 holes in one in the golf course. I don't give a crap if you shoot 90.
Yeah, you ace the assignment no matter what, basically, at that point.
Come on.
To say the least.
Man, come on. I got a graphic for him, of course, because
you
thought he was going before 30. Come on. Come on, Philly. Oops. I want to get rid of that. There we go. All right. So 6'2 and a quarter, 238, right? And so the question was, people are on Twitter like, what's the role for him? I don't, if people are asking that, they must have missed the comp for him. They must have missed, they must have been looking elsewhere when film was on. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they were listening to a podcast and they just forgot the film was on. I don't know. But this is what's interesting about him is like the 10-yard split was incredible. He run the 4.39, right? The 41.5-inch vert, the testing's unreal, right? The only thing that's dragging down, Nate, that 92nd percentile athleticism is the fact that he's 238. That's it. That's the only reason it's that low.
Yeah.
And so people see him with the get off, that first step is really explosive, right? He can threaten the outside track. Now, he isn't like the flexible bendy guy though. So that's maybe what teams don't like about him between him and McDonald. I don't know. Maybe that's why there was a difference. But like, again, he's powerful at 238. He sets edges against the run. Okay. And he generates pushes a pass rusher with power, but he's got outside track right in his bag, right? He's got the ability to counter to win inside move, swipes and counters at contact. He does a really good job initiating contact and contact phase and shedding pretty quickly. Once he's got a path outlined for himself to win. And then there's some off-ball versatility, some Sam, some Jack. He can do this. There's some plays where he is literally off the ball in a linebacker position where he's flowing to the run with insane closing speed and finishing hard. I don't know if the injuries maybe dropped him this far, if the pec is like still concerning for people. Maybe that's the case, but like, come on. Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter being on the same team. You would have thought that was only possible, I think, if the Lions moved up from 18, right? You thought maybe that's how they get Carter and Smith is like you move up to like 14 or 13 and you get them both. No, 10 and 30. Dumb.
It's insane.
Absolutely dumb. Be more dumb. Chiefs, fellas. Take Darnell Washington, you cowards. Take them.
You won't.
Take Darnell Washington. Do it to him.
Just looking back through it, all the picks from Science, very interesting.
It's going to be about the same time that we finished, Nate, as the first round last year.
I'll take that.
It's going to be eerily close.
Because we were off to an insanely slow start through 8.
Yes, we were. This is true.
Interesting. Huh. Nice. And I am tired.
I'm tired. Yeah, I'm tired of the Eagles getting all these freaking talented people. Who are they getting at 62 tomorrow, Nate? Osiris Torrance is falling to 62 tomorrow.
I was going to say, yeah, somebody's going to fall the whole way down.
Steve Avila is going at 62. Mayor for the Eagles would have been pretty cool. Double up tight end, get really wild, but it's better than Mayer. Chiefs going tight end would be sick. That'd be fun.
I wouldn't be that shocked. Have you seen Mayer comped to Jason Witten?
Yes.
I've seen that quite heavily recently. It's very interesting for the Chiefs. We couldn't get a wide receiver, so we decided.
I mean, I've been doing this as a meme for most of draft season where it's like, the Chiefs are in 12, they're in 13 personnel. Like, they don't need a lot of receivers. Just take another really good tight end.
Yeah.
And like prosper.
Good.
Musgrave's straight line speed would be pretty sick here. I'm not as big a fan of Musgrave, like as a top, I guess. Well, I mean, I still am. I shouldn't say that. I retract everything I just said. The only thing about Torrance for the Chiefs is he can't play tackle. Trey Smith and Joe Tooney are beasts at guard. Branch would be fun though. But yeah, like there's the wait, Joey Porter Jr. hasn't been picked, right? So the Steelers are going to get to pick him at 32 without moving up tomorrow. That's wild. Oh, hey, Lee, what's going on? Definitely want to hear, Lee, your thoughts on Van Ness going to Green Bay. Going to be a fun breakdown to do. I'm probably going to get to work pretty soon here. There was a video, though, that I will say for those watching here. There is a video I wanted to get up today, and it was just like I was finishing up watching some guys, right, putting the graphics together, making sure the show was set, trying to make a weird looking, kind of funny looking background that we've got behind us here. For tonight, like all that today, while also not sleeping, and like just it was a wild day. But I want to get Jartavius Martin video up tomorrow. It's on the docket. Get Quan up tomorrow, right before he gets picked. So then it floods to me. I will have it. Do we see the Chiefs pick yet?
He's a very fun breakdown as well.
Oh, he's so fun. He's playing
all these
outside.
Illinois corners are really
My guy Martin is playing outside corner, slot corner, and single high. Come on.
Also, this is not the last year Illinois will have quite a few drafts.
Tavian Nicholson.
Yeah, Taz is
also Jerzon Newton. Jerzon Newton's a beast.
Johnny Newton.
He's going first round. He's going first round next year. I'm calling it.
Keith is top 3 rounds.
Keith will be picked on day 2 next year. Yep, I agree. They're really good. It's like you watch Illinois' defense for these guys this year, and obviously you don't forget about Randolph. That's right. So Randolph did this. I watched him do this. I was watching Schmitz a little bit. Randolph just grabs him and throws him 5 yards to his side. Dumb. If you
Randolph is an animal.
If you like Schmitz, and you watched the Illinois game, there was he got tossed around a little bit by that front.
He did, yeah.
And I mean, he is kind of a zone center, so
a lot of people got tossed around by that Illinois line.
Yeah, I agree. So someone said the Eagles set the draft to easy mode on Madden, and yeah, I would say so.
They're controlling all 32 teams in a draft simulator.
Yep, they really are. They added they put the mock draft sim on, and we're like, all right, so the teams are going to draft. So we're going to make sure the Lions don't draft for like positional value with their 2 picks. We'll make sure that Seattle goes corner and receiver, right? Like do the Eagles have control of the matrix?
Chess, not checkers.
Yeah. Yep.
Seems to be the vibe for them right now.
Yeah, I can't. This is taking a while. Is the pick in for the folks on television?
Well, they had to send them a message and say, "Hey, we're going really fast. You have to take the entire clock with the last 2 picks."
Is that what they're doing? Son of a gun.
Would you be surprised?
Ooh, this is what interests me. Has a team hosting the draft ever picked last in the first round? Super Bowl champs hosting draft?
No.
Wait, what year was it in Philly? Was that after they won? It might be. Shoot. The 2018 draft, was that in Philly?
That's the only one that I was.
Or no, it's not. It was in Dallas.
No,
I watched
Philly
it.
was in 2017.
Yeah, I watched it in Dallas. I watched it the other day. It's in Dallas. So yeah, that's right. Someone said it's got to be wide receiver for the Chiefs at 31. Which one? Which one are you going to take there, Nate? You got anybody you'd like to take at 31? At receiver?
At receiver? Oh, gosh.
I think Mitch would like to see them take Hyatt, I think.
Quentin Johnson went. Yeah, Jalen Hyatt's a nice explosive option there with a really good athletic profile.
Yeah, but don't they need them chain moving fella out
they
there.
Do.
Cedric Tillman feels a little early.
It's early. That's what I was thinking about most of these is it's pretty early.
This is funny.
Would you feel like I don't know where you have Josh Downs rated at.
I mean, I like Downs. He's wide receiver 5 for me. I like him a good deal.
He's just short.
He's a small fella who's really much only played slot, but he's a jitterbug. I just feel like they've got Sky Moore. I know he face planted.
They don't really need it.
Yeah, I know Moore kind of face planted a little bit this past season, but I don't know if it's just like time to pick up shop. But
that Solak tweet is hilarious.
Solak tweets bangers, man. He really does. He tweets bangers. He's got this Twitter thing figured out. All right, pick is in for the Chiefs and can confirm the pick is not Will Levis. If anybody needed that confirmation.
Shocking, truly.
What the heck? Some of these reports, it's interesting to see what's true and not. It was like everybody thought, okay, receiver run's going to start at 20 with Seattle about a month and a half ago, and a bunch are going to go. Like the ones who should go will go. And then about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, it was like, yeah, maybe 2 receivers at most in the first. 2 weeks out from the draft is just a bunch of BS.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's so bad. And then it was, 5 quarterbacks tonight, right? Definitely. Nope.
They went edge, right?
Yeah, this could be possible. He attended the draft, Keon White for the Chiefs. It's possible.
I think it's Uzoma.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw it.
I would do that. I would also consider Keanu Benton here if I were them too.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It is?
Uzoma. Yeah.
All right, folks. Felix and Udike Uzama.
Pass rush.
A very popular selection to Green Bay in a lot of mock drafts at 42.
Makes sense.
Heading into the draft. A lot of people thought it was going to be pass catcher or tackle if they went that direction. Yep. No, this is true. I completely agree. Keon White, it was very close. It was the right position. The Chiefs are going defensive end, but yeah, Mitch makes a good point here. Eagles are doing what the Eagles are reaping the rewards of what they did that the Packers are trying to do now. And the draft capital is going to help them, which is good. I like that the Packers kept 42 and 45. Personally, I think the board is going to fall well for them tomorrow, right? You saw 1 tight end go in the first round. One tight end. That is a dream scenario. They didn't pull the trigger on Kincaid early. They can go get my guy tomorrow, Nate, Tucker Kraft, Mr. South Dakota State himself. And maybe they take 2 of them. Take 2.
Shout.
Take 2 of them. Take 2 of them. Don't take receivers.
YOLO.
Felix is stud. FAU. Yeah, Lee, edge could have been addressed in the second, but I will say, and he mentioned Felix Anudike-Uzomah, who just went here. So, yeah, I mean, McDonald going at 15, okay. So the Chiefs, let's talk about this guy. Nate, do you think I have a graphic for Felix Anudike-Uzomah?
Yes.
You are correct.
Based on the way that you said, all right, let's talk about this guy.
Well, we had to talk about Mr. Jack Campbell as well, but
yeah, but there was a tone. I know you better than that.
It's true. All right. So he only missed 1 this year again, Nate. It was a linebacker that probably,
shouldn't have gone.
Should have picked. No, I mean, he's solid. He's a really solid player, but I was kind of surprised. So yeah, Anudike-Uzomah. I like this player and CPGM. Good to see you here. I will answer that in a moment. Let's talk about this fella here. Not as big. It's very interesting to see the contrasting styles tonight, where you get the Nolan Smiths and the Will McDonalds, and then you have the Van Nesses and Murphys who are 270, and then this guy's just right in the middle, like Will Anderson in the 250s, just chilling there. 6'3 and an 8, 255, 8.74 RAS, not too shabby there. He's not somebody who's going to win the outside track a lot. And when you don't have that calling card, Nate, what do? You get the toolbox all set at a younger age than some of these guys coming out in the draft. So you have it ready made for when you arrive to Sundays. The toolbox is there. My guy gets to the long arm. He can stab rip. He's got the chop, the kind of the cross chop. He'll double swipe. He'll dip and rip. Right. And he's able to lock out and extend, good extension. Good sit and leverage run game. He had to deal with what McDonald and Anderson did as well this year. Kansas State, Nate, moving also to the 3-3-5 a little bit. So a lot of 4-eye, some 3 for him this year, which is wild. But he made it work, and he's still a really crafty pass rusher. And I like that for the Chiefs. They're going crafty. I think that plus, kind of the physical traits of a Karlaftis. I think should get you excited about where they're headed up front.
Yeah.
And Nate, what did I so remember what I said about Buffalo? Buffalo took the tight end. What did the two teams in the freaking AFC Championship do, Nate? They took pass rushers. They focus on the trenches. Right?
And they win the trenches. Yeah. I mean, that's why they lost. They got beat up in the trenches.
What are the Bills losing their minds?
I don't know what they're
the
seeing.
Jaguars go get they go get a tackle. Right? They understand the assignment. CPGM boys are in here.
Somebody did.
How do you guys feel about the Bills not going trenches? You know? Do I think Green Bay double dips at edge? I don't think so. I'm trying to think who I would pick there. I just don't feel like they're an Ojulari team to me. I think Ojulari's really more of the get wide on the runway and let that man attack. We've seen who they've picked at edge. That just doesn't seem like their cup of tea. After him, I mean, maybe they go get a Diaby in the mid rounds from Louisville, like him. But so they could double dip at edge. I think they have a bigger need at defensive tackle. I think they need to figure that out. Javon Dexter tomorrow, perhaps. Keanu Benton's still there. We'll see. More DTs than I thought went tonight, so that was interesting as well. How am I feeling about Van Ness? I don't like the instant impact of it all, but it's very Packers planning for 2024 to have Gary and Van Ness leading the charge. I wasn't thrilled because I like McDonald more as of right now, but as Mitch here in our chat has correctly pointed out, right, Green Bay's not playing for that. And I think, you know, if they had selected Broderick Jones, it would have been the same thing too. It's like, okay, well, they got a lot of tackles, but Broderick Jones is taking over in 24. So that's got to be the plan with Van Ness. That's fine. You know what? I'm over it. You know, I was a little upset. I wanted JSN. It got to me. You know, I let it get to me, unfortunately. And you know what? I was let down. But you know what? Tomorrow's going to be good. Laporta, Musgrave, Washington, Mayer, Kraft, all still on the board. Tillman, Perry, Mingo. There's some dudes. Okay. Torrance and Avila didn't go tonight. Very strange. Very strange. Nate, where do you think the Saints are going to go at 40? Keon White didn't go tonight either. Very interesting as well.
Kind of forgot that they had to pick up.
Attended the draft with Levis. Oh, are those only two?
If they are going straight up positional needs, they're either going to take somebody in the secondary, or they're going to go ahead and take a tight end, depending on who is still there. Okay.
Yeah, the F tight ends people are. Don't put. Hey, hold on. Don't put Tucker Kraft in that bucket, though. I will say
tight ends are important.
Tucker Kraft is not just a move tight end.
Ask the team that has Taysom Hill playing as a tight end.
Yeah,
tight ends are important.
Tucker Kraft puts his nose in the run game. He got a mean streak to him. He's been beating on that corn out there, South Dakota.
Corn boys.
I could see this, Mitch. I could see it. They've been linked to Hyatt. It's possible. So Nate, what did you say the Saints? You think are they going to lean like Keon White? Are they going to get an Ojulari? You know what you think? You did say mention tight end, right? You said,
yeah, there's still that need for a linebacker. I think what they might be seeing based on kind of what I've been reading recently is that can be addressed later on. I think they also like kind of what they're looking at with current linebackers on the roster that are a little bit lesser named. You know, Demario Davis is still insane. He's getting up there though, so it's time to start looking. But it's either going to be in that category, it's going to be a tight end, or it's going to be in the secondary. I think that's where they're looking at. The only offensive place I can see them going is tight end.
Branch didn't go tonight.
For that pick.
Branch didn't go tonight.
No.
Joey Porter didn't go tonight.
Correct.
How quickly are we starting this off? I'm going to look at the draft order really quick.
I don't think it's Branch. I think Porter is really likely.
I think Porter's going right away tomorrow.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh's not. Pittsburgh is hanging up every phone call right now. Guaranteed. They're like, nah, dog, lose my number. Good try, though. We're picking Porter.
Like, I think kind of a no, never mind.
You know what? Let's pull it up. All right, here we go. Okay. Mitch says, I really wanted Carter at 7, Zach. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, Tyree's going to be a lot of fun. He packs a lot of different – it's a different vibe at edge rusher. It really is. I would have also liked Gonzalez for you guys too. Carr does need a solid tight end. I mean, Mayer's as solid as it comes, Darnell would be sick though. Just saying. Darnell would be sick. So yeah, we're gonna try and piece together a few things for you guys to wrap things up. If you got more questions there, send them in the chat. We appreciate y'all who have stuck around all night. This has been a blast. It always is. Nate, Pittsburgh, Porter, Houston. Does the Tipman, Schmitz, Torrance, Avila, something like that?
Yeah.
I just don't feel like, well, they could go tight end. They have like Brevin Jordan and like, oh, they signed Schultz, didn't they? 1 year, $9 million. That doesn't move me that much, but Houston going like Torrance, Arizona. Yeah, I mean, Julius Brents, Keely Ringo, guys who could come off pretty early tomorrow. The Rams getting like Branch at 36 makes so much sense. Ojulari as well. Seattle probably takes their center tomorrow. Will Levis. Where does he go? Where does he go tomorrow, Nate? You got a team in your head that you think Levis might fall to?
That's tough. That's really, really tough. And I hate that I.
Oh no.
I hate that I can't completely rule him out as being one of those guys the Saints stash.
Yeah, sure.
But I can't rule that out.
Yeah.
Because there is no long-term future. If Derek Carr doesn't pan out, you're
in trouble. Yep.
Taysom Hill again.
Mm-hmm.
Jameis Winston is leaving after this next year. There's no doubt in my brain.
Yep.
Because somebody's going to get desperate and sign him as a. Yeah.
Is it our fellas here
there too?
Yeah, is it our fellas here down at 41? Link to moving up for a quarterback. Didn't happen tonight. They stuck and picked Skoronski. Will they grab Levis at 41?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Hendon Hooker's probably going to go later than many thought he would go. There was some wild stuff going on. Top 20 for Hendon Hooker.
There was some insane. Holy
moly, guys.
That made no sense.
For me now, it's not round 2 for Hendon Hooker. It's not.
No.
Unless Levis, both quarterbacks aren't going in round 2 tomorrow. I'm going to put that stamp on, I think. If both have injury concerns like that and both are in their mid-20s, teams are going to wait for them. It's very reminiscent of last year. And maybe I'm putting words in my mouth because we thought last year, one quarterback went, everybody's going to trade up for the quarterbacks. No one did. Now it's like, maybe they'll let them sit and everybody will trade up for quarterbacks. I don't know. It's what makes the draft so fun. You never know.
That's true.
Thank you guys again for Zach says Rams or Saints go Levis. Oh, Rams. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yes, that's right. They
fits.
can easily do that because Levis is Stafford's hurt. Shoot. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. We passed the 4-hour mark. I think that means it's time for sleep. Big day tomorrow, guys. I will for those who are sub to the channel, make sure you're looking at the community page for updates on the show tomorrow. Rumor has it, folks, that it is going to be a super show. It might be a single stream like we did last year, but also we might be streaming to both YouTube channels tomorrow. That might be the case. Also, you guys, thank Nate for showing up for year 7. Obviously, Nate did not have to come here today, okay? He didn't have to. It's been a
crazy year.
He didn't have to. He's getting married. He's got a lot going on, right? He even admitted, he hasn't been able to kind of dive deep into the prospects because he's, been doing a lot of things. He's juggling so much. So give Nate some applause here in the chat right now for showing up because it's awesome that he was able to join tonight. Let's get
back into it this year and hope to get get back around to it.
Nate, we'll be getting back around at perfect time when Malik Neighbors is a first round pick next year.
It's true. Yeah,
we'll enjoy the play of Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr.
There's plenty of chance that if you guys are on tomorrow, I will stop by for.
Okay, there you go.
There you can't miss another group up with the boys. Can't
listen. The boys were disappointed that you couldn't make it for the mock.
Yeah,
I think they'll be very appreciative if you show up even for a little bit to watch everybody freak out about how good the Ravens do at pick 86 tomorrow.
No kidding.
But Smitty and Tyler are going to be hyped, man. They got a lot of picks tomorrow. They got a lot to do.
They should be.
It's going to be a good time.
Should be very excited. No
doubt. We think we'll be multi-streaming with them tomorrow. We'll let you know if anything changes. If it does, we'll see what we do on here. But like I said, if you stay updated at here, that we'll be updating during the day. I will let you guys know as soon as possible. Mike's the second round tomorrow. It's like I said, I think it will happen. I don't know in what capacity it's going to be. I don't know. There's a third creator that might be joining. I don't know if he wants to stream on his YouTube as well. I don't know if they can do 3. I have to talk to them about it. So thanks for stopping by, Zach. Mitch says thanks to Nate. Appreciate that support, Mitch. Would love that. Next year is so loaded. Yeah, Jets mid-rounder. Nice. Yeah. Caleb, welcome to the show. Yeah, could move up for a wide receiver, small move up, or just double down at tight end. That's the move. It's always been the move. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll get out of here tonight. Packers fans, stay locked. Lucas Van Ness video coming soon. Maybe the reaction video will go up really quickly tonight. So a lot to do. It'll be busy, but the content will be flowing, promise. Take it easy, guys. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you for day 2.